Chapter 2771. That's impossible. Isn't Senior Nightmare constantly regenerating? His sword Tao is constantly being destroyed and reborn. It will also become stronger. With time, he will be able to reverse the situation. Someone was also in disbelief. He's just an arrow at the end of its flight. He's just an arrow at the end of its flight. It's not that easy to be reborn using the sword principle. Every time he's reborn, he needs to have a certain level of comprehension towards the sword principle. Only by constantly comprehending the sword principle will he be able to make continuous breakthroughs. Nirvana rebirth? It sounds easy, but how many people have managed to do that? Everyone deeply agreed. If Nirvana rebirth was so easy, then the Phoenix race's Nirvana rebirth technique would not be so respected and famous. However, even if the Phoenix race's Nirvana rebirth technique could become stronger each time, it was unheard of to be able to rebirth so many times in such a short period of time. To be able to reach such a stage, it was all due to coincidence. Many people had already achieved great enlightenment. Under the premise of great enlightenment, they shattered the appearance and reconstructed the true body. However, Nightmare didn't seem to have such a scene. Therefore, some people also judged that it might be an arrow at the end of its flight. There was still some truth to this argument. Although they weren't strong, many principles were the same. I want to see how many more times you can reconstruct. Yi Shiwen was only disdainful. His eyes flickered with light. This time, he wanted to make these people feel pain. Yes, it wasn't just Nightmare. Behind this incident, it was a sign that those famous old Undyings wanted to return and seize power. According to the tacit understanding between the various races, these people who had already stepped into quasi-emperor were not allowed to interfere with ordinary matters. Moreover, ordinary quasi-emperors weren't interested in participating in these matters. It was simply a waste of time. As long as one became an emperor, they would naturally be the ruler of the world. Why must they roll around in the flood? However, this didn't mean that they weren't interested in controlling the world. Perhaps many people were ambitious, and Nightmares were only the vanguard. If this vanguard didn't come looking for trouble, Yi Shiwen would turn a blind eye. However, since trouble came looking for him, he couldn't endure it anymore. He had to let some people know that he wasn't a pushover that could be easily dealt with. There were too many things involved in this matter. So, Yi Shiwen was too lazy to care about them. The best way was naturally to hurt them and let them understand that he was at least on the same level as them. Yi Shiwen. Nightmare suddenly roared and stopped extending his sword aura. He could already feel that he was completely suppressed. It was no longer possible for him to suppress Yi Shiwen with his sword Tao. Above his head, the heaven-devouring evil jar was thick with demonic qi. It constantly spewed out demonic qi, which instantly formed a huge word, devil. Once the word devil appeared, Yi Shiwen felt that the many martial arts techniques in his body that were connected to the demon race were suddenly suppressed. The entire word devil transformed into a huge gate that was tens of thousands of meters tall, piercing the sky. Above this huge gate, countless demonic qi circulated. Yi Shiwen didn't know what kind of secret technique it was evolving. This is actually the word devil. The heaven-devouring evil jar actually fermented this word. Yi Shiwen's pupils shrank slightly. He didn't expect Nightmare's heaven-devouring evil jar to have such a heaven-defying thing. No, he instantly thought of a legend. It was rumored that when the heaven-devouring evil jar was forged, it used the word devil as its foundation, and fused with supreme divine materials to finally forge it. What was the concept of the word devil? It was the origin of all the demon race and everything related to the demon race in the universe. It was precisely because of this word that everything evolved. This was also the origin of the demon race. Since ancient times, only the original devil demon king of the original devil race could evolve this word. And this heaven-devouring evil jar was the original devil demon king's personal Tao tool. Back then, the original Devil Demon King relied on the heaven-devouring evil jar to be invincible. However, he later perished in the war against the heavens, and the heaven-devouring evil jar disappeared, finally falling into the hands of Nightmare. In that case, this Nightmare was very likely an expert of the original Devil Clan. Otherwise, with the heaven-devouring devil jar in his hands for so many years, with the original Devil Clan's foundation and strength, it was impossible for them not to snatch it back. The only possibility was that this Nightmare was an expert of the original Devil race. Thinking of this, he could understand many things, such as why the Nightmare personally took action. Although the heaven-devouring evil jar was damaged and suffered heavy losses, just the word devil was incomparably precious. If the ancient legend was not wrong, this devil character wasn't a Tao rune condensed by later generations. It was naturally formed. In the myriad worlds, the Devil Tao was still flourishing. It was unknown how many experts and all their Taos were born from this devil character. This ancient word was like the words human, demon, and dragon. Even an emperor lord of a race could not condense it. It contained the great fortune of the race. It was only possible if one person could evolve all the great Taos of the race. However, even an emperor lord could not do this. The only possibility was natural evolution. Back then, the original Devil Demon King of the original devil race obtained this devil word and achieved Tao in one move. He conquered the world of the devil race and unified the devil race. Later, he used this devil word as the foundation to refine the heaven-devouring evil jar. Only with this devil word as the foundation could the heaven-devouring evil jar dare to call itself heaven-devouring. It was precisely because of this that the devil word was even more terrifying. It was born with the great fortune of a race. The stronger the race, the stronger it would be. If it was in the hands of a demon king, it could only be compared to the words human, demon, dragon, and phoenix. Its power was almost unimaginable. No one could resist a race. However, in the hands of a Nightmare, it was naturally not as powerful as in the hands of an emperor lord. Even so, its power was still shocking. The devil word. It's actually the devil word. The ancient devil word has reappeared in the world. Many people couldn't help but exclaim, especially the experts of the devil race. They almost prostrated themselves in worship. The power of the word devil was simply unimaginable. Everyone could feel a kind of origin calling out to them. In this devil word, it contained endless great Taos of the devil race. Whoever could obtain it would almost be the next original Devil Demon King. Many people's eyes flickered with boundless light. This word had endless magic power. No one could resist it. It was even more desirable than a Tao tool. For example, in the human race there were the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. In addition to Emperor Qin, there were 9 emperor lords. There were at least 9 Tao tools. However, there was only one human word that was related to the race. Its preciousness could be imagined. Speaking of which, probably only words like chaos, time, and space could firmly suppress the devil word. It was only possible when it involved the foundation of the great Taos of the universe. However, ancient words of that level had not appeared for many years. Once they appeared, there would be a bloodbath. Even if one could snatch the word's pill or tool, it was enough to obtain the Tao. The devil word was the origin of all devils. It was even more exaggerated than Yi Shiwen's Dominator Sword intense suppression on Sword Tao. It was almost invincible. At this moment, the Nightmare had almost become the sky of all the devils in the world. No one was not under its jurisdiction. Yi Shiwen's body froze because he discovered that his 6 paths of reincarnation fist and demon wings and other devil race martial arts were immediately suppressed. He could not use them at all, whether it was the 6 paths of reincarnation fist or the demon wings. They were the main forces he relied on in battle. The moment the devil word appeared, it would at least cripple a third of Yi Shiwen's combat strength. Moreover, everything he cultivated and learned was actually starting to fly out of his body and be absorbed by the devil word. because it originated from the devil word. It was just returning to the body now. Seal. The seal word in Yi Shiwen's body burst with dazzling light, sealing his body. At this moment, Yi Shiwen completely understood why Nightmare was able to evolve the Devil Dao version of the 3,000 Great Ways. It turned out that it was relying on the word devil. Not only could it benefit from being in a favorable position by relying on the word devil, its cultivation of Devil Dao martial arts would definitely progress by leaps and bounds. In addition, with this word devil, it was unknown how many people's Devil Dao martial arts he would absorb. It had probably been a long time since the Nightmare obtained the heaven-devouring devil jar. If it wasn't for his great ambition to construct the Devil Dao's version of the 3,000 Great Daos and become a sovereign emperor, if he only cultivated one Dao, who knew how terrifying his cultivation would be now, he would probably be truly close to the realm of Dao. Even though he ambitiously constructed the Devil Dao's version of the 3,000 Great Daos and spent a huge amount of time, he also directly stepped into the quasi-emperor realm. One could imagine how terrifying this devil word was. Yi Shiwen, I also didn't expect you to have such a deep understanding of devil race martial arts. It just so happens that the more powerful the devil race martial arts you cultivate, the more you will be suppressed. Ha ha ha. Nightmare laughed loudly. This was the power of the devil word. If it was a devil race quasi-emperor, 70 to 80% of his combat strength would have been crippled. Even if Yi Shiwen wasn't like this, his combat strength would still be largely crippled. This was enough for him to quickly recover and counterattack. I'll accept your 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Ha ha ha. A sinister smile appeared on the Nightmare's face. The demonic aura was dense. At this moment, he truly looked like a true devil race. No, there's another martial art. He could sense that other than the 6 paths of reincarnation fist and some minor Devil Dao martial arts, there was another martial art that wasn't inferior to the 6 paths of reincarnation fist being summoned. No matter what it is, absorb it all for me. Chapter 2772. Nightmare's face revealed a confident look. Once the word demon appeared, it was naturally invincible. Especially if the opponent also cultivated the demon race's techniques, it would be completely restrained. Yi Shiwen only felt the demon path in his body begin to tremble continuously and become completely unstable. Especially the 6 paths of reincarnation fist and their demon wings, which had already come into contact with the origin of the word demon, were fundamentally suppressed even more. What a joke! You want to snatch my martial arts? What a joke! Yi Shiwen smiled coldly and roared. In an instant, the world resounded with a mantra, as if countless deities were chanting at the same time. There was a mystical scene everywhere. Yi Shiwen's heart stirred slightly. He thought of an even crazier idea. He directly snatched the word demon. With the help of the word demon, his 6 paths of reincarnation fist would soon be completely accomplished, and the 6 paths would become one. And the demon wings could also evolve to the final step, the wings of time. At that time, it would truly be accomplished. Yi Shiwen casually grabbed, and a shocking sword intent formed from the void. Between heaven and earth, there were sword Dao characters everywhere, shining with dazzling light. And in his body, the time robe directly launched to resist the attraction of the word demon. It instantly suppressed it, and the influence of the word demon on him was immediately isolated. Although the word demon was known as the origin of all demons, it could not compete with a simple Dao tool in terms of power. Today, I will give you an unforgettable lesson. I will let you know that not everyone can be casually bullied by you. Yi Shiwen said coldly, I will take your word, demon. Heaven has placed the word demon by your side for so long, and you have not been able to comprehend it. Heaven has given you such an opportunity, but you have not been able to achieve Dao. It is conceivable that this thing is not fated with you. You might as well give it to me for safekeeping. Everyone couldn't help but gasp when they heard this. Yi Shiwen was so ambitious. He actually wanted to snatch the word demon from the nightmare's hand. This was something that no one had thought of. Originally, the nightmare was already strong enough. Behind him stood a demon royal that had once produced an emperor. Moreover, compared to most of the demon royal families, it was even more ancient and suffocating. Who would dare to have such thoughts? However, thinking about it carefully, what Yi Shiwen said was not necessarily unreasonable. The heavens had placed the word devil in his hands for so many years, but he had not been able to obtain it. It was a complete waste. Nightmare's expression finally changed. Yi Shiwen's words happened to poke the most guilty spot in his heart. The word devil had not been able to attain enlightenment in his hands for so many years. This was a problem with his lifespan. He had once fought with the Qin Emperor, but the Qin Emperor had already attained the Tao for so many years and had disappeared for who knew how many years, while he had only just taken this step. He had just become a quasi-emperor. Although the ambition of the 3,000 demonic sects was too great, delaying his progress, the real reason for this was that he was not strong enough. Occasionally, he would think about similar questions. Could it be that he really didn't have that kind of aptitude? It was just that he forcefully suppressed it. But now, Yi Shiwen had lifted it up alive. For him, this was simply a slap in the face on the spot. Cut the crap. Seeing that his word devil had not truly been able to take down Yi Shiwen, Nightmare could not care so much anymore and stored the word devil back into his body. In an instant, his entire body was covered by endless demonic qi. His figure grew larger and larger, and compared to before, he was many times stronger. This was using the word devil to stimulate the potential in his body. It could greatly stimulate his strength in a short period of time. But if he could not defeat Yi Shiwen in a short period of time, then all of this would become a burden. Kacha! Suddenly there was another sound. Nightmare grabbed a strand of sword chi from the void, which turned into an astonishing sword light and wandered around. This was an unimaginably terrifying power. Under Nightmare's full display, everyone could feel the sword chi rushing out from the small world and spreading out. Everyone could feel the terrifying sword intent of the demon sword. They did not dare to approach it all. Otherwise, they would not even have a corpse left. This was a collision of quasi-emperor levels. It was frightening and frightening. This time, Nightmare could be said to have used all his trump cards in order to eradicate Yi Shiwen. Originally, he thought that Yi Shiwen could be easily dealt with, so he had never thought of killing him. As long as he suppressed Yi Shiwen, suppressed the thorn, and established his prestige, many things would be much easier to handle. Now, it seemed that this thorn was not as simple as being difficult to deal with. He was simply about to make a comeback. Under such circumstances, how could he still feel the slightest bit of mercy? Sure enough, Senior Nightmare is a little more powerful. The word devil itself involves the origin of the demon race. If used well, he can even borrow the power of the entire demon race's destiny. He is simply invincible, as expected of a senior who has been famous for many years. Back then, he was the head of the 10 great divine kings. Now that his cultivation has improved further in the myriad worlds, how many dare to say that they can firmly suppress him? With the word devil in his hands, there is a possibility that it will shine brilliantly in the future. Everyone discussed spiritedly. They were already completely frightened by Nightmare, who had fused the word devil. Such power even made them tremble in fear. Then come at me. Let me see how strong you are. Yi Shiwen roared loudly. Waves of terrifying power also seeped out of his body. Martial Tao incarnation was absorbed into his body, and his power increased by several times. Fighting against Nightmare, who had already completely demonized, his aura was not at a disadvantage at all. Everyone did not expect that there would be such a change. Originally, they thought that Nightmare's methods were already heaven-defying. Even so, he still borrowed the power of the word devil. However, Yi Shiwen did not have the power of the word devil origin to borrow. He was actually still hiding such a trump card, which continuously exceeded everyone's expectations. Under such circumstances, Yi Shiwen made the first move. He did not wait for Nightmare to attack and directly attacked himself. 6 paths of reincarnation fist, sky flipping seal, Dominator's sword intent, Thunder Emperor heavenly cannon, and many other techniques swept out. Instantly, his body seemed to have split into thousands of clones in the world. Every clone was using a type of martial arts. Every type of martial arts had earth-shattering power and involved different paths. Being able to use one of these martial arts was enough to become one of the few experts in the myriad worlds. However, now, Yi Shiwen was using all of them. The power was even more tyrannical and terrifying. Rumble! Nightmare did not hesitate and immediately used the 3,000 Devil Dao. 3,000 clones split in the sky and rushed out to fight against Yiwen. Boom! 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 Everyone was completely dumbfounded. The dazzling light from the collision of both parties had completely covered everything. Those below the Divine King level could no longer see what was happening, even if they opened their heavenly eye. Everything was too chaotic. Time, space, primal chaos. Everything was twisted together. Everything was in chaos, and no one knew exactly what the situation was like. This. Junior brother, Yi is fine, said the Flame Master as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He did not even dare to close his eyes. He could miss many things in an instant. Although he was a divine king and could see a little, it was just a little. The movements of both parties were already so fast that it was difficult for him to capture. Previously, he only felt that Yi Shiwen's cultivation should have improved further. However, he never expected that he was not just a little stronger. It was simply incomparable. Yi Shiwen's combat power had completely surpassed the Divine King level. He had reached a level that no one in their hidden valley had reached. In terms of growth speed, he had also never seen it before. Many people could not see it clearly. They could only vaguely see that even the formation set up by the Emperor King was under extremely huge pressure. It began to shake violently. The layers of enchantments were like a piece of paper facing a strong gale. They were about to be blown apart. It was as if they would completely shatter in the next second. This was an unprecedented battle, especially after the quasi-emperors followed the tacit rules and no longer appeared in front of Middle Regan. They did not know how long it had been since they saw a battle of this level. Bang! 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 The battle inside was getting more and more intense. However, the immortal Copper King could clearly see what was happening. He was about to enter that realm and was naturally different from others. Therefore, he did not take Yi Shiwen seriously from the beginning. The battle between Yi Shiwen and the pure Moon King had shocked many people, but it did not scare him. For him, no matter how strong Yi Shiwen was, that was all. It was impossible for Yi Shiwen to pose a threat to him. However, he soon discovered that he was wrong. Not only could Yi Shiwen pose a threat to him, but Yi Shiwen was completely above him. In that small world, Yi Shiwen was getting stronger and stronger, to the point that he felt shocked. On Yi Shiwen's body, a robe had appeared. It was flowing with the light of time and condensed into crystals. It crystallized the surrounding space. It was not an ordinary crystal, but the crystal of time. If ordinary people could get a little bit of it, they could break through the door of cultivating the way of time and become a powerhouse in the world. That is the time robe. The immortal Copper King suddenly took a deep breath and said, he suddenly remembered. 3 years had passed. The matter of Yi Shiwen wearing the time robe and fighting against the spirit of the Dao Tool was no longer a secret among the higher-ups. After all, there were too many terrifying forces in the coalition army. There were also many people who recognized the time robe. Chapter 2773. After all, the time robe was too famous back then. Even if only a few people recognized it, the matter of the time robe would quickly spread to the higher-ups. After all, there was no need to keep this matter a secret. Or rather, there was no need to keep it a secret for Yi Shiwen. coupled with the infinite pain sword in his hand. Yi Shiwen's strength was simply unimaginable. At this time, he suddenly came to his senses. Everyone thought that they had valued Yi Shiwen enough, but at the same time, they had underestimated Yi Shiwen. For an ordinary divine king in the king-ranked realm, no matter how high his status was, it seemed to be enough. However, was Yi Shiwen an ordinary person? Obviously, he was not an ordinary person. The infinite pain sword in his hand had once been witnessed by the Golden Dragon King defeating the broken Tianqi Emperor sword, and Yi Shiwen himself was wearing the time robe and withstood the attacks of 2 Dao artifacts alone. Such strength, no matter how he did it, was enough to make many people tremble in fear. It was not a problem for an ordinary quasi-emperor to rely on the broken Dao artifacts to attack him. However, if they thought that victory was in their grasp, then they were really seeking their own death. Obviously, many people were already confused by the appearance of a late-stage, king-ranked realm martial artist. Although he was only in the late-stage, king-ranked realm, he was already one of the few experts in the universe. However, compared to the strength that Yi Shiwen displayed now, it was still not worth mentioning. Under the protection of the time robe, Yi Shiwen had no fear at all. He could exert his strength to the fullest and attack with all his strength. Even the nightmare's biggest reliance, the erosion of the demon word, could not affect Yi Shiwen, who was under the protection of the time robe. Under the bombardment of the power of time, the nightmare retreated step by step. His attacks could not cause a fundamental impact on Yi Shiwen. On the contrary, Yi Shiwen's attacks could cause a huge threat to him. Bang! Finally, while everyone was still in shock, an earth-shattering sound came from the small world. Then, everyone only saw that the originally majestic nightmare was directly blown away. Its body was trembling, and a mouthful of blood was spurted out. Only the immortal Copper King saw clearly what exactly happened. At that instant, Yi Shiwen forcefully penetrated the seal of the demon character and bombarded the nightmare with the power of time. If the nightmare didn't block the attack with the devouring demon jar at the crucial moment, the nightmare would have perished. Yi Shiwen had unleashed the terrifying power of the time robe in that attack. He finally understood the rumor that Yi Shiwen's time robe was capable of contending against a revived Taoist tool. It was said that Yi Shiwen's time robe could contend against a Dao tool. It should be known that under normal circumstances, unless a sovereign emperor made a move, the power that a revived Dao weapon could display under the control of an artifact spirit would far surpass that of an ordinary divine king or quasi-emperor. However, Yi Shiwen was able to contend against 2 supreme Dao tools while wearing the time robe. Although he wasn't present at the scene and didn't really see what happened, he seemed to be able to make some guesses now. Originally, he was on the periphery. He only saw Yi Shiwen holding the Avicii sword and restraining the Myriad Worlds diagram and the Emperor's corpse. Impossible. How could my sky-devouring evil jar be pierced through? The nightmare retreated step by step. The peerless elegance on his face had dissipated, leaving only a bit of fear and terror. This was his greatest reliance. Hence, he panicked after being pierced. As long as he had this trump card, he was never afraid of anyone. It was enough to protect himself. Now that Yi Shiwen used another Dao tool to suppress it, his weakness was immediately revealed. The sky-devouring evil jar was powerful, but it was only a broken Dao tool. Compared to the complete time robe, it immediately fell into a disadvantage. So this is what you're relying on. I've already told you that the word devil is nothing in your hands. But you don't believe me. Yi Shiwen took a step forward and directly rushed up to him. He then swung his fist again. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation shook the universe and shattered the world. The nightmare, who was already at a disadvantage, was sent flying by Yi Shiwen's punch. Dense cracks began to appear all over his body. Blood splattered out, and he flew out instantly like a meteor streaking across the sky. However, he was much more terrifying than a meteor. When he smashed down, the entire small world shook and the mountains and rivers shook. Since the demon character is useless in your hands, why don't you hand it to me as a punishment for attacking me this time?" Yi Shiwen shouted and suddenly grabbed with his big hand. Immediately, a sky-devouring aura appeared and grabbed towards the nightmare on the spot. The Emperor Source in Yi Shiwen's body was madly burning, providing energy for the time robe. With Yi Shiwen's strength, it was originally impossible to crush the nightmare with the sky-devouring evil jar. Even an ordinary quasi-emperor could not do it. He could only borrow the power of the time robe. Hence, the consumption of the Emperor Source could be imagined. If it was just the divine source, it would probably not be enough. Don't even think about it. The nightmare spat out a mouthful of blood essence and blew out a mouthful of essence chi. Under the influence of the demon character, this mouthful of essence chi transformed into tens of thousands of demons that rushed towards Yi Shiwen. He leaped up from the ground and kept retreating. He wanted to buy time for himself to recover. From the beginning, Yi Shiwen had steadily gained the upper hand and the initiative. He had to buy time. Only by recovering to his peak could he regain the initiative of the battle. Do you still want to struggle? Even if you struggle, it's useless. Yi Shiwen looked calm. The more critical the situation was, the calmer he became. He didn't need the help of the enlightening mind ancient tree to calm his mind. He also understood that the more critical the situation was, the calmer he needed to be. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to say anything if someone turned the tables on him. Yi Shiwen's big hand crushed the tens of thousands of demons that the nightmare spat out. These demons might be a threat to others, but they were nothing to Yi Shiwen. He directly evolved the heavenly way of the 6 paths of reincarnation and absorbed all of them. Not only did they not hurt Yi Shiwen, but they also increased his strength. This time, Yi Shiwen had made up his mind to snatch this demon character. As long as he had this demon character, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist and demon wings would not be a problem. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Even if he cultivated other demonic martial arts in the future, he could easily cultivate them to the great completion. He would be invincible. The nightmare's face revealed a fierce expression, but it was useless. Its fierceness could not scare Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen, you dare? If you lay your hands on the demon character, the demon race will chase after you for generations. The nightmare roared. Ha ha ha, then let them come. I'll kill as many as they come. Yi Shiwen did not care at all. He would not be scared by the nightmare's words. He only used his full strength and grabbed the snake with his big hand. Countless essence chi surged. In an instant, he actually grabbed the demon character. Boom! Seeing that it was about to be grabbed, the heaven-devouring demonic jar began to counterattack. Countless demonic auras formed a shocking attack and counterattacked Yi Shiwen. Wave after wave of terrifying power went straight for Yi Shiwen's head. Yi Shiwen sneered slightly. He immediately ignited the Emperor Source. The surging power instantly boiled and turned into the power of time, suppressing the heaven-devouring demonic jar on the spot. Yi Shiwen would not personally suppress the heaven-devouring demonic jar, but the time robe could. There was no need to worry at all. Boom! The terrifying collision was still in progress. However, the heaven-devouring demonic jar's counterattack was quickly suppressed. It could not stop Yi Shiwen from grabbing the demon character. Yi Shiwen, how dare you! The nightmare's eyes were wide open. In his pair of demonic eyes, tears of blood actually began to flow out. He was infuriated to the limit by Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was trying to dig out his roots. His heart was bleeding. Not only did he not gain any advantage in this return, but he was also seriously injured by Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen is so daring. Many experts of the original demon clan roared and clamored. For them, the demon character was naturally extremely important. It was especially related to their heaven-devouring demonic jar. It was just that the nightmare was using it now. If the demon character was taken away, the heaven-devouring demonic jar would still be the heaven-devouring demonic jar. However, its magic would be greatly reduced. This was also because the heaven-devouring demonic jar was broken. That was why the demon character was revealed. Otherwise, if the heaven-devouring demonic jar was intact, the demon character would be directly imprisoned inside. It would be impossible for it to appear, and they would not have to worry about Yixuan taking it away. Damn it! Damn it! Many experts of the original demon clan also opened their eyes wide. They were flustered and exasperated. They did not expect that Yi Shiwen would actually dare to do this. He did not care about the original demon clan at all. This time, the nightmare hurriedly led the vanguard. Among them, the experts of the original demon clan wanted to lead the allied forces and seize more power. Moreover, the nightmare was also invited back by them. Who would have thought that they would really suffer a double loss this time? Why wouldn't I dare? Yi Shiwen roared and increased the output of his spiritual power. He grabbed the demon character in his hand and fiercely pulled it out. The heaven-devouring demonic jar fiercely counterattacked. It was good, but it was useless. Under the suppression of the time robe, it had no way to resist Yi Shiwen. Although the demon character was the key to its formation, the demon character was a pre-celestial ancient character. It could not be truly melted. It could use it, but it could not fuse with it. Hence, it was still caught by Yi Shiwen. That demon character broke free from the restraint of the heaven-devouring demonic jar and also wanted to escape. However, how could Yi Shiwen let it escape? The seal character shone brilliantly and directly suppressed the struggling demon character. He succeeded. He actually succeeded. How daring! Immortal Copper King said in a daze. Chapter 2774. Before the battle started, no one would have thought that Yi Shiwen would actually want to snatch the devil character, let alone do it. He was simply lawless. The balance and tacit understanding between the various forces was completely destroyed by him alone. That was why the older generation was most annoyed by these people. It was because they would always easily break all the rules and then reestablish their own rules. Such people were rare, but every one of them had caused a huge uproar. It's over, it's over. He actually dared to snatch the devil character. Many experts of the original demon clan completely collapsed. The consequences of the devil character being snatched was far more serious than the failure of seizing power and the defeat of the nightmare. But at this time, who could stop the ferocious Yi Shiwen? Even a quasi-emperor could not stop him. At this time, they just remembered that there was a price to pay for doing things. When they were planning, they had already treated Yi Shiwen as a piece of pork on the chopping board and did not think of so many things. Yi Shiwen smiled coldly. He did not care about the nightmare that was constantly wailing. This battle could be considered as collecting some interest. Just to activate the time robe, he had consumed more than 100,000 Emperor Source. Now that he had less than 1 million Emperor Source, he naturally had to collect some interest, and this devil character was just right. Yi Shiwen's gaze swept across the surroundings. His sharp gaze could see through people's hearts, and even directly swept into the hearts of the people outside the pocket world. Many people lowered their heads and did not dare to look at Yi Shiwen. Although it was the era of the allied forces, there were still dirty fights between the various clans and forces. It was unknown how many people hoped that Yi Shiwen would die tragically. Yi Shiwen smiled coldly, then stepped out of the pocket world and appeared in the encampment of the Hidden Valley. Yi Shiwen, you can't snatch the devil character. Immortal Copper King immediately stepped forward and said, although Yi Shiwen's ferocious might was at its peak, this matter was of great importance, and he could not ignore it. It's just collecting some interest. Could it be that Immortal Copper King wants to stop such a small matter? Or are you already so biased? Yi Shiwen said without giving face to Immortal Copper King. Yi Shiwen's tone was the same as Yi Shiwen's. It was just that in the eyes of everyone he was extremely arrogant, but now everyone felt that it was very normal. Although Yi Shiwen was only a late-stage king-ranked realm martial artist, No one dared to treat him as an ordinary king-ranked realm martial artist. Even a regular quasi-emperor would not be this ferocious. Furthermore, he had a Dao tool with him, unless a sovereign emperor descended, who would dare to say that they could suppress him. Of course not. It's just that the devil word has too many implications. You can make other requests. I think the Origin Demon clan will definitely agree. Immortal Copper King promptly said. At this time, he could only agree on behalf of the Origin Demon clan. Yi Shiwen looked at him with a faint smile, then said, "Do you think I will still believe such words? This time, I don't care if the original Demon clan, or whoever is behind this. If you want me to hand it over, don't even think about it. The word demon is useless in the hands of the original Demon clan. Instead, it's just a waste." You, Immortal Copper King, didn't expect that Yi Shiwen wouldn't give him any face, and directly retorted, "Do you think you don't have to pay any price for doing something wrong?" Yi Shiwen looked at Immortal Copper King and said, "If anyone has an opinion, you can come and find me." Wanting Yi Shiwen to spit out the meat he swallowed? How could that be possible? Don't even think about it. After speaking, Yi Shiwen directly entered the Hidden Valley encampment. With this devil word, his 6 paths of reincarnation fist and demon wings would soon be able to reach great success. At that time, even if his realm didn't increase, it would be enough to increase his battle strength by another level. Something big has happened. This time, something really big is going to happen. A clash between the old and the new. This time, Yi Shiwen clearly didn't give any face. Not only did he not give any face to the nightmare, he even swept away the face of those old seniors. I'm afraid he won't let this go. Is this Yi Shiwen seeking his own death? By doing this, he has violated the taboo of the king bestowal sects. Even the martial sect that has always protected him has nothing to say this time. Stealing someone's inheritance, especially when it's related to a Dao artifact, is even more of a taboo. Many people immediately broke out into discussion. When Yi Shiwen was around, they didn't have the guts to say anything. However, now that Yi Shiwen had left, they naturally had no scruples. Even the Flame Lord, who was already very used to Yi Shiwen's unexpected actions, felt that he couldn't handle it this time. In the past, Yi Shiwen only offended those divine kings, and they had to give face to the Hidden Valley and be somewhat fearful. However, now, Yi Shiwen had offended the high and mighty quasi-emperors. In the hearts of those invincible quasi-emperors, what was the Hidden Valley? It wasn't worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as them. Only those inheritances that had produced emperor lords had the true confidence to face these quasi-emperors. Not only did they have quasi-emperors overseeing them, but they also had many trump cards that could deal with quasi-emperors. Compared to them, the Hidden Valley was really too weak. In particular, Yi Shiwen had offended the original demon clan this time. Moreover, it was a royal clan. They really wouldn't rest until one of them was dead, including the Dragon Island and the others that he had offended previously. The number of people that Yi Shiwen had offended in the Myriad Worlds was not small. "Brother Yi, I'm afraid things aren't going to be good this time," the Flame Lord said worriedly. "Brother, you're probably frightened by the original demon clan. In fact, there's nothing to be afraid of." Yi Shiwen said with a smile, "With the devil character in my hand, my cultivation will rise to the next level. When that time comes, I won't have to be too careful. Brother, you don't have to worry about them targeting the Hidden Valley. As long as I'm still alive, they won't dare to attack the Hidden Valley. Otherwise, they won't be able to bear it if I imitate them and attack the original demon clan. How can I not understand this? I'm more worried about you, Brother Yi. The matter of the Heavenly Clan hasn't been settled yet, but you've offended the Dragon Island and the original demon clan. I'm afraid that it'll be bad for you in the future," the Flame Lord said. He was naturally worried in his heart. If he had offended Yi Shiwen, he would have personally come to apologize. That would have been considered giving the other party enough face. However, Yi Shiwen had offended them. Yi Shiwen said, "It's not that I don't know what brother is talking about. It's just that the arrow on the bowstring has to be released. They see me as a fish on the chopping block. How can I not resist? Although it's important to defy the heavens, we shouldn't act according to their temperament. We must follow their rhythm. Yi Shiwen also had his own considerations in his heart. In the end, it was only one word: deterrence. After today's matter, even if those people hated him to the core, they should understand that he wasn't a pushover. They would certainly be careful before they attacked him next time. If they were to target him next time, it wouldn't be as simple as this time. They would be well prepared. So, they would certainly launch a thunderous attack. However, Yi Shiwen wasn't worried. With the Emperor Source and the Tao fruit, Yi Shiwen's cultivation would advance further in a short period of time. At that time, it would be hard to say who would be the one to deal with who. The Flame Lord sighed. How could he not understand such a logic? Once a new force rose and destroyed the old forces, it would inevitably cause a violent backlash. This time, it was just a small counterattack. However, he immediately became firm. This time, he had no other choice. He had to suppress Yi Shiwen's side. After this, whether the Hidden Valley could achieve invincibility in one fell swoop, and whether they could be compared with those emperor inheritances that had produced emperor-level inheritances, would depend on Yi Shiwen. The Hidden Valley had been developing steadily all these years and had indeed accumulated a lot of strength. However, it was impossible to rely on them if they wanted to advance further. They could only rely on Yi Shiwen. In this world, development was like rowing a boat against the current. If one didn't advance, one would fall back. How could they not understand this logic? Not to mention, he also had a huge ambition in his heart. If things went well and Yi Shiwen attained Tao one day, wouldn't their Hidden Valley also transform into an emperor-level inheritances that had produced emperor-level inheritances? Looking at the current prestige of the martial arts Grandmaster Dragon Island in the heavens and realms, one could understand how great the temptation was. No one could resist the temptation of ruling the world. However, it was impossible for him to achieve all of this by himself. Only Yi Shiwen, and only with Yi Shiwen's help, could achieve this. In other words, if the Hidden Valley wanted to advance further and could be compared with the martial arts Grandmaster Dragon Island in the future, they could only rely on Yi Shiwen. Having the potential to become an emperor was not something that could be easily said. It was not something that a small force could boast about. There might not be many people who could obtain universal recognition in thousands of years. Having the possibility of becoming an emperor was enough. It was enough for them to take a gamble. The strength that Yi Shiwen displayed now was not inferior to many emperor-level inheritances that had yet to attain Tao. In fact, he was even stronger than some emperor-level inheritances. For such a talent to appear in the Hidden Valley, they had almost exhausted their luck. How could they dare to hope that there would be another one? If they did not take advantage of the heavens, they would be harmed instead. Yi Shiwen glanced at the Lord of Flames. His target had never been the hidden old guys, but the inverse emperor who was about to attain Tao. The inverse emperor was his biggest opponent. As for the hidden old guys, it was fine if they hid and did not oppose him. However, if they dared to jump out, he would deal with them one by one. Before that, the most important thing for him was to improve his strength so that he could cope with stronger challenges. Junior brother Yi, no matter what, the Hidden Valley will definitely stand on your side. If you need anything, just let us know. The Lord of Flames sighed and firmed his determination. Now, it was impossible for them to stay out of this matter. They could only follow Yi Shiwen to the end. Senior brother, don't worry. With me around, they won't be able to play any tricks. Now, I have to go into closed-door training to digest the word devil. I will have to trouble senior brother to help me block them. Before I come out of closed-door training, I won't see anyone. However, if a quasi-emperor really comes in, senior brother, please don't stop them. Let me deal with them. Yi Shiwen said, Junior brother, don't worry. I know how to handle this matter. Chapter 2775. In the Hidden Valley Station, there was naturally no lack of places for Yi Shiwen to practice in. Yi Shiwen began to enter the closed-door training state after he had arranged a matrix. He didn't have the protection of the enlightening mind ancient tree this time. However, he didn't have anything to be afraid of since he had reached this stage. Even the heart devil wouldn't dare to approach him. Otherwise, it would be suppressed to death. His 6 paths of reincarnation fist and demon wings had already been cultivated to the peak. Just a little bit more to achieve great success. Once he cultivated to the point of great success, the power would naturally increase to a higher level. And not only that, the weight of the word demon itself was an ancient word that automatically evolved from the Great Tao. It contained countless laws of the Great Tao, which could further comprehend the Great Tao. It was of great benefit to his cultivation in a short period of time. This was also an important reason why Yi Shiwen did not care about the controversy and snatched back the word demon. The first thing he started to comprehend was the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Yi Shiwen released the word demon. He was not afraid that it would run away because it was forcibly suppressed by the time robe. As long as the time robe was not messed up, the word demon could not escape from his palm. Behind Yi Shiwen, the fist intent of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist began to rise slowly. 6 paths of reincarnation evolved behind him. However, this 6 paths of reincarnation was still somewhat chaotic and had yet to fully evolve. There was still a certain degree of disparity between the fist intent displayed by Yi Mo and Yi Shiwen. Although it was shocking enough for him to be able to display the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to this extent at his age, it was far from enough for Yi Shiwen. He needed to become stronger to cope with the greater disturbances in the future. Yi Shiwen immersed himself in it, and the wheel of the 6 paths of reincarnation began to slowly rotate. For a moment, everything in the world seemed to be contained in it and began to evolve continuously. The mortal path, the Asura path, the animal path, the hungry ghost path, the heaven path, the hell path, and the 6 paths encompassed all living beings in the world. As long as they were living beings, they would always be able to find their own path of reincarnation. This was the fundamental reason why the 6 paths of reincarnation fist could be so widely spread. Although it was very difficult to cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to the realm of 6 paths of reincarnation unity, and there were very few people who could achieve it since ancient times, it was suitable for all races to cultivate. There would always be one that was suitable for everyone to cultivate, and as long as they persevered and had good talent, many people could cultivate one of them to the pinnacle. Yi Shiwen had first succeeded in practicing the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Because he was a human, there was nothing more suitable than the mortal path. Now, it wasn't that easy for the 6 Taos to become one. There was only one last step left, and it was also the most difficult step. In the 6 paths of reincarnation, the images of countless creatures emerged one after another, including all living things, especially the enemies that Yi Shiwen had killed in the past, began to emerge in the 6 paths of samsara. He had fully displayed the profound meaning of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Then he grabbed the demon character and dragged it into the 6 paths of reincarnation. As the 6 paths of reincarnation roulette continued to rotate, more and more true meanings began to emerge. As soon as the 6 paths of reincarnation fist and the demon character fused, it immediately triggered a strong resonance with the ancient demon character. Some points that Yi Shiwen couldn't understand before were gradually becoming clear at this time. As long as he analyzed the demon character, he would naturally be able to understand the things that he didn't understand. The mysterious space within Yi Shiwen's body began to operate crazily. While constantly swallowing the Emperor Source, it continued to analyze the various profound meanings of the demon character and the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. This allowed Yi Shiwen's understanding of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to continuously rise in a short period of time. Yi Shiwen had already understood the true meaning of the 6 Taos, but he was only one last step away from truly cultivating the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to the peak. So that's how it is. Yi Shiwen continued to absorb the essence of the analysis, and suddenly felt enlightened. Now that he had a slight understanding and cultivation of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, many problems could be easily understood without the need to be taught from the beginning. What Yi Shiwen really lacked now was the understanding of the scripture of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. He finally understood where he was lacking in the end. The biggest gap was in the control of the saints. Only by being above all living beings could it be possible to truly understand such a true meaning. Yi Mo had also once followed the Demon King to rule the world. It wasn't too difficult for him to understand the profound meaning of the 6 Taos, but it wasn't the case for Yi Shiwen. That was why he had been stuck on this path and couldn't move forward. In order to cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to the peak, Yi Shiwen separated a wisp of his spirit and directly entered the 6 paths of reincarnation and began to reincarnate. If he couldn't even reincarnate, how could he talk about the 6 paths of reincarnation unity, great perfection? This wisp of spirit reincarnated and entered the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was completely random. There were mortals, immortals, emperors, generals, ministers, peddlers, humans, and other living beings. It was as if he had experienced many generations in an instant. Every time he reincarnated, his understanding of the 6 paths of reincarnation would deepen, and he would be one step closer to the great perfection. This was the true 6 paths of reincarnation. Gods transcended life and death. But it didn't mean that they could transcend the 6 paths of reincarnation. The 6 paths of reincarnation included all living beings in the world. Gods who transcended life and death were also in the 6 paths of reincarnation, and that was the heavenly Tao. One could imagine how imposing the Azura Demon King was when he first created the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. His aura swallowed the universe, and his voice shook the mountains and rivers. Originally, this process might have taken a long time to complete, but with the help of the demon character and the mysterious space, it didn't take long. Yi Shiwen directly opened his eyes and shouted, "6 paths of reincarnation unity!" He shouted, and the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation wheel was absorbed into his body, and a small 6 paths of reincarnation wheel was formed in his body, constantly rotating. This was the fist intent of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, directly condensing in his body. At the moment when he achieved the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, his fist Tao incarnation also achieved the great perfection, far surpassing the other martial Tao incarnations. Finally, the great perfection. Yi Shiwen slightly calculated the time, and only a mere 10 days had passed. If not for the demon character, how could he achieve the great perfection of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist in such a short time? Under normal circumstances, even if he had the Tao fruit and enough emperor origin, it would still take more than 100 years. Although the 6 paths of reincarnation fist involved other laws, it was fundamentally still the martial arts of the demon race. Now that he had entered the Tao with the demon character, directly pointing to the essence, it was naturally successful. In addition, with the help of his original foundation and the mysterious space, he easily and thoroughly cultivated the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to the great perfection. After cultivating the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to the peak, Yi Shiwen didn't stop, and immediately began to display the demon wings. Now that the demon wings had been cultivated to the peak of the space wings, Yi Shiwen had already discovered the next cultivation method, which was the wings of time, which even involved the law of time. However, in essence, it was still the martial arts of the demon race, using the demon Tao as the foundation to drive the law of time. This was also the reason why the demon wings was the most popular movement technique. To be able to use the demon Tao to drive the way of time, this in itself wasn't something that ordinary people could do. It was simply a genius that could think of such a method. Around Yi Shiwen, the law of demon Tao, the law of wind and thunder, the law of light, and the law of space were all revolving around Yi Shiwen. With Yi Shiwen as the center, it formed a huge whirlpool and countless laws emerged. In Yi Shiwen's body, the mysterious space was operating frantically, constantly practicing and deducing these laws. And with the demon character as the core, the law of time was also condensed bit by bit. While Yi Shiwen was cultivating in seclusion, the outside world was in complete chaos. As time passed, the news of Yi Shiwen defeating the nightmare and seizing the demon character had thoroughly spread throughout the myriad worlds, and many people already knew about it. At first, they absolutely refused to believe it, but as more and more news came, they had no choice but to believe it. Especially the original demon clan, they were instantly furious. The demon character was related to the heaven-devouring devil jar, and the heaven-devouring devil jar was the foundation of their clan. Without the demon character, although the heaven-devouring devil jar wouldn't immediately become useless, it would definitely have a huge impact. For a moment, the original demon clan was simply in a frenzy. Many people even clamored to teach Yi Shiwen a lesson, and some even went to the Hidden Valley to denounce him. However, the entire Hidden Valley had now been convinced by the Flame Lord, or rather, they had already boarded the pirate ship and couldn't get out. They could only follow Yi Shiwen to the end. Naturally, they refused to give in and simply went into seclusion. If they had the ability, they could find Yi Shiwen to settle the score. Naturally, they didn't have the ability to do so. Even the nightmare was defeated by Yi Shiwen, let alone them. They were completely no match for him, and naturally didn't dare to find trouble with Yi Shiwen. The other races didn't feel the pain, so they naturally didn't feel anything. However, there were still rumors that many emperor-level inheritances weren't happy with Yi Shiwen's behavior. If everyone was like this, wouldn't it be terrible? Wouldn't everyone be in a state of panic? However, just as everyone thought that some people would stand up to oppose Yi Shiwen, the myriad worlds were abnormally calm. Those old antiques that were humiliated by Yi Shiwen on the spot didn't stand up directly. In fact, they didn't even make any noise. This inevitably disappointed many people who were planning to watch the show. There was no show to watch. For Yi Shiwen, this was also an unprecedented good opportunity and a stable period. After a month, his demon wings had finally been cultivated to the level of the wings of time. Just as he was planning to continue working hard to improve his cultivation to the peak of the king-ranked realm, a piece of news forced him out of seclusion. Chapter 2776. In the Alliance Army headquarters, in the multi-layered Cloud Pavilion Palace, Gluttonous Copper King and Hades King both sat in the main hall, their expressions extremely ugly. This time, Yi Shiwen has completely risen up. Immortal Copper King said leisurely, "I regret it." Hades King shook his head and said, "If I knew this would happen, I would have killed him earlier. Now that he has become so powerful, even you and I together aren't his match. I didn't take him seriously before. Although Pure Moon King isn't his match, he isn't my match. At that time, I thought that was his limit. Who would have thought that, in such a short time, he has already gained the upper hand? Even Nightmare Sr. isn't his match." Immortal Copper King revealed a bitter smile. Actually, he didn't lie to Yi Shiwen. He didn't target Yi Shiwen, and there was no need to target Yi Shiwen. The person he truly wanted to deal with was Yi Mo. Speaking of which, this matter indeed had an unclear relationship with Yi Mo. Most importantly, the various clans and factions in the heavens were seething with resentment. If they didn't find a place to vent, then, as the Alliance Army's higher-ups, they would inevitably become the target of this resentment. Even the head of the 10 great divine kings like him didn't dare to become enemies with everyone in the world. That was simply seeking death. Previously, when they killed the spies hidden in the Allied forces and uprooted them, they were actually venting their anger. The higher-ups had suffered heavy casualties, so how could they not vent their anger? Actually, many of the spies in the Alliance Army were already under surveillance. It wasn't that they didn't know, but they felt that it wasn't the time to use them yet. Sometimes they could even use these spies to sow discord. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the Alliance Army was, It was impossible to catch so many spies in such a short time. Some had been hidden for many years. It was impossible to catch them in a short time. Yi Mo was the last target. In his opinion, if he wanted an explanation, this was enough. After all, this was another 10 great divine king-level expert. Compared to Yi Mo, Yi Shiwen was considered to have a clean background. Most of his background could be investigated. Moreover, Yi Shiwen desperately covered the retreat of the main force. So many people saw it. It was impossible for him to slander Yi Shiwen. However, who knew that Yi Shiwen's reaction would be so intense just to target Yi Mo? He directly beat Lord of the Netherworld half to death. Initially, he thought that the Lord of the Netherworld would deal with Yi Shiwen personally. Who knew that the tables would be turned? He didn't expect that Yi Shiwen would completely turn the tables on him. Later on, Senior Nightmare had personally taken action. However, he had suffered another crushing defeat. These unexpected and painful lessons had caught him unprepared. By the time he had reacted, Yi Shiwen was already unable to restrain himself. He is only a king-ranked realm martial artist now, but he is already so difficult to deal with. If he becomes a quasi-thearch one day, he will be invincible. The Lord of the Netherworld said with an ugly expression. With Yi Shiwen's performance, who would believe that he couldn't even reach the Emperor realm? It was almost certain. It was just a matter of when he would reach the Emperor realm. Once he reached the Emperor realm, they wouldn't have it easy. If he wanted to care about these things, it would be difficult for them to resist. Yes, with his current strength, even among the experts of the initial stage of the Emperor realm, he is extremely strong. The immortal Copper King said with a bitter face, it was not only because of Yi Shiwen's strength. More importantly, Yi Shiwen had cultivated for only a few thousand years. Yet he already possessed such strength. This made him, who had always thought highly of himself, feel embarrassed. Compared to others, his age wasn't considered old. He could even be considered to have made rapid progress. However, compared to Yi Shiwen, it was nothing. Lord of the Netherworld also calmed down a little. Such a powerful Yi Shiwen was indeed not someone they could easily deal with. However, if he wants to be arrogant, he can only be arrogant for a while. When the other seniors return, it will be the time of his death. People who are too arrogant will die sooner or later. Does he think that he can sit back and relax after defeating Senior Nightmare? Lord of the Netherworld said coldly. At this moment, he was also gnashing his teeth in hatred. However, in their clan, he was already an unprecedented expert. There were no other seniors that he could ask for help. Therefore, he could only rely on the old Emperor realm experts of other clans and forces to take action. Moreover, from the battle between Nightmare and Yi Shiwen, ordinary Emperor realm experts might not be able to deal with him. Only a powerful Emperor realm expert could possibly defeat Yi Shiwen. If he went further up, he would be a real emperor, not an ordinary quasi-emperor. Such an existence only existed in legends. Comparatively speaking, the Lord of the Underworld was still relatively young. He did not even have the chance to meet the Emperor of the Qin dynasty. If you are counting on those old people to take action personally to deal with him, then don't count on it. I'm afraid he will still be free and unfettered for a while. Immortal Copper King said slowly, "What do you mean?" Lord of the Netherworld looked at Immortal Copper King and asked in confusion, "I just received news that the seal of the Heavenly Clan has been broken." Immortal Copper King said with an ashen face, "What? The seal of the Heavenly Clan has been broken?" Lord of the Netherworld immediately jumped up from his seat. Once this news was spread out, one could imagine what kind of uproar it would cause. It was simply unimaginable. In the myriad heavens and realms, the Heavenly Clan was a terrifying clan to all clans. It was not referring to the remnants of the Heavenly Clan. On the contrary, it was referring to the true main force of the Heavenly Clan that was exiled. They were the most terrifying existences. 2 battles had caused the heavens and earth to collapse. Countless heroes of various clans and even many Emperor Realm experts had fallen in these two battles against the heavens. A battle where even Emperor Realm experts had fallen. Lord of the Netherworld didn't even dare to imagine how terrifying it would be. Fortunately, these people were exiled. However, these people had actually returned and the seal had been broken. Once this news was spread out, not to mention an uproar in the myriad heavens and realms, there would probably be many people who would kneel down immediately. He only felt that his back was completely cold. In an instant, his back was already completely cold and soaked in cold sweat. Yes, the seal of the heavenly clan has been broken. Immortal Copper King sighed and said, now that those lords have already rushed over, no matter which clan they are from, they don't dare to stay here at this time. They have to go over there and block the seal. Otherwise, we will really be finished. At this time, Lord of the Netherworld had already thoroughly understood what Immortal Copper King had said just now. The masters of the heavenly clan had actually broken the seal and returned. The myriad heavens and realms were going to fall into a complete panic. Who would still pay attention to such a trivial matter like Yi Shiwen? Compared to this personal grudge, fighting against the heavenly clan was a more important matter. Yi Shiwen's luck was simply extraordinary good. This gave him some time to breathe and prolong his craving for a period of time. He didn't think that Yi Shiwen could progress to any extent in such a short period of time. In his opinion, Yi Shiwen's death had already entered the countdown. However, at this time, Lord of the Netherworld didn't have the mood to pay attention to these things at all. Instead, he quickly asked, what should we do? Is the real third heavenly war really going to happen? Those inheritances that have produced emperor lords have already been burned. What about the heavenly notification talisman? Even if there is no emperor lord returning, even if there is only one, we can still stabilize the front line. He quickly asked. The so-called heavenly notification talisman was a kind of talisman that some mysterious disappeared emperor lords left in their respective forces before they left. As long as the heavenly notification talisman was ignited at the critical moment, they might receive the news and return. Such a thing had occasionally happened in the Great Crisis since ancient times. There were indeed examples of emperor lords returning, but that was the last trump card of the inheritances that had produced emperor lords. Because the heavenly notification talisman was limited, it would not be completely burned until the critical moment. If they couldn't contact them, then it would really be a waste. Obviously, if those heavenly clan broke the seal, such a major event was indeed worth using the heavenly notification talisman. You don't have to be so alarmed. Things are not as bad as you think. Immortal Copper King looked at Lord of the Netherworld and said, Then what do you mean? Lord of the Netherworld asked. Back then, so many Emperor Lords joined hands to set up the seal. How could it be so easy to break it, especially the arrays that were set up by those Emperor Lords? Many of them were targeted at the Heavenly Clan Emperor Lords. They couldn't break it. So, from the news that I got now, it should be the experts below the Emperor Lord level that have poured in. We haven't seen the Emperor Lords yet. Otherwise, with our current situation, I reckon that we would have killed our way to the Alliance headquarters first. Immortal Copper King said faintly, That's good. Lord of the Netherworld heaved a sigh of relief. If the Emperor Lords of the Heavenly Clan really returned, then the Alliance had no other choice but to kneel. They could deal with the remnants of the Heavenly Clan, but it didn't mean that they could fight against a real Emperor Lord. Unless the Emperor Lords on their side also returned, the situation would be a one-sided massacre. Everyone below the Emperor Lord was just an ant. No matter how many people went, it would be useless. But even so, the situation is not optimistic. Don't forget, although there are no Emperor Lords among the Heavenly Clan experts that have poured out from the seal this time, there are quasi-Emperor experts, coupled with many Divine Kings. It is not impossible for them to defeat us in one fell swoop. Immortal Copper King said with a dignified expression, Compared with this matter, Yi Shiwen's matter was just a small matter at best. It was not worth worrying about. Chapter 2777 The Lord of the Underworld's face turned pale all of a sudden. These people were the best among the divine kings of the various races, which was why they were called the 10 Great Divine Kings. However, the Tian clan was an existence that could contend against the myriad heavens. Even if the Emperor-level experts were not included, the Tian clan would not be at a disadvantage against the myriad heavens. They might even have the upper hand, especially when the various races had just suffered heavy losses. After all, although the Tian clan did not have an Emperor-level expert, the allied forces of the various races also did not have an Emperor-level expert. With this, wouldn't they be even? Thinking of this, the attack of the Tian clan this time was simply extremely dangerous. Calamity, this is really a great calamity. It is simply unimaginable. The Lord of the Underworld's face was completely pale, thinking of how terrifying this would be. It was unknown how many people in the myriad heavens would die because of this. Even the experts of their level would be like weeds, dying just like that. Only the experts of the quasi-emperor level could say that they could protect themselves, and only the experts of the emperor level had the real ability to protect themselves. Even so, in the past wars, the number of emperor-level experts that had fallen was not small. How could this be? Isn't the seal very strong over there? There are even 10 great quasi-emperors personally guarding it. How could there be a problem? The Lord of the Underworld's face became more and more unsightly. As one of the 10 great divine kings, he was almost the top expert in the myriad heavens. He also knew a lot of secrets that ordinary people in the myriad heavens did not know. The seal that was jointly sealed by the great emperor-level experts was a secret in the myriad heavens, in order to prevent the remnants of the Tian clan from finding and destroying the seal. However, at that time, there were 10 incomparably powerful quasi-emperors personally guarding it. Judging from the combat power at that time, other than the absence of emperor-level experts, it was the most luxurious configuration. Although the various races had no way to directly find the seal, they also had the means to contact in times of emergency, so that if there was any problem with the seal, the myriad heavens would still be ignorant, and at that time it would delay the big matter. I am not sure about this. Previously, I only received a message informing that there was a problem with the seal, but soon there was no way to contact them. If I am not wrong, they should have all fallen. The immortal Copper King said with a serious face. The Lord of the Underworld also did not know what to say. The 10 great quasi-emperors were actually wiped out. What kind of terrifying combat power was this? In the situation where the emperor-level experts did not come out, probably only the Tian clan had such combat power. Although no one knows where the sealed grounds are, but after so many years, not only are the people of the Tian clan looking for that place, we are no exception. Right now, we still have a rough direction, and when the time comes, if the people of the Tian clan come out and follow that direction, we will be able to find it earlier. I hope that there aren't too many experts that have come out yet. If that's the case, we will still be able to clean up the mess. The immortal Copper King sighed. This matter had already completely exceeded the scope of his ability. There were many things that he was unable to help even if he wanted to. The Lord of the Underworld saw that the immortal Copper King's words were pleasant to hear, but he himself understood that the probability was not very high. After the seal was broken, even the 10 great quasi-emperors were completely wiped out. Then, even if the Tian clan army did not come out, it would be more or less the same. For the myriad heavens, how could it not be a huge disaster? Now that this news has probably already spread out, the blockade can't be blocked anymore. The current major matter is to deal with the counterattack of the Tian clan. I still have countless doppelgangers on my side to personally invite those seniors out. The immortal Copper King said, since ancient times, there were so many divine king-level experts. Naturally, there would not be as few as what was seen now. It was just that many people painstakingly cultivated in seclusion and were not willing to come out. If ordinary matters were to disturb them, they would most likely be immediately thrown out. However, this matter concerned the Tian clan. It was extremely dangerous, so they should be able to understand. This is really a great calamity. No one can escape from it. The Lord of the Underworld thought of a terrifying conjecture, and that was that this was a kind of natural, cleansing activity carried out by the heaven and earth, eliminating some old monsters that had accumulated for many years. These gods were immortal and had escaped from the scope of birth, old age, sickness, and death. If the conditions allowed, they could even live for eternity. However, the resources of the heaven and earth were limited. Sooner or later, they would be used up. Even if ordinary mortals cultivated, they would quickly turn into a cup of yellow soil and return to the heaven and earth. But for these people, if they were immortal and lived for eternity, the number of experts would only increase. If experts were to be produced at this rate, the resources of the heaven and earth would have been in crisis a long time ago. However, in reality, there was no such thing. It was because, from time to time, a great calamity would erupt. Many hidden great characters couldn't escape and were killed one after another. Not to mention those ordinary people, they would die one after another. This was a terrifying conjecture, which was only circulated among the higher-ups of the various races. Only those at their level could possibly know about it. If this was really the case, then they had to be careful, because they were probably already on the blacklist of the heaven and earth. Although the heaven and earth did not have a subjective consciousness, it was precisely because of this that it was terrifying. It would not practice favoritism. After a certain extent, it would automatically become the target of its cleansing. It was like there was a malignant tumor growing in a human body. This malignant tumor had nothing to do all day, and it would absorb the essence of one's life all day long. Moreover, it would not age or die, and it would become stronger and stronger without a day of rest. At this time, if this malignant tumor was not removed, the person would die. This was very reasonable, but it was precisely because of this that infinite fear emerged in people's hearts. If the opponent was the Tian clan, there was still a possibility of fighting. But if it was the heaven, how could they fight? Thinking of this, he really felt an incomparable headache, and there was a sense of extreme danger. However, at this time he had no other choice. He had chosen to enter the world, and brought his race to the level of a few king races. Now, it was time to repay the karma. No one can escape, we can only try our best. Immortal Copper King said, somewhat powerlessly, at his level of cultivation. It was almost impossible to encounter a situation that would make him feel powerless. Even if he faced the powerful Yishuan, he had many ways to deal with him. If he couldn't, then he would ask the other seniors to come back. There would always be a way. But if the opponent was the heaven, then what should he do? He could only hope that he would not be the most unlucky one. No matter what, we are currently safe in the Alliance headquarters. Those Tian clan have just returned and haven't figured out the situation yet. Even if they are arrogant and bold, they would not dare to come to the headquarters. Immortal Copper King said, "We have a lot of arrays arranged by the emperors here, and we have been persistently repairing them all these years. I think it should not be a problem to block the Tian clan army." Immortal Copper King's gaze penetrated through the layers of space, and he could see one ancient array after another reviving and activating. At this time, no one dared to take it lightly. It was going to be another terrifying battle. You are right, this will be a long war. Fortunately, those emperors of the Tian clan have not returned. Otherwise, even if we have emperor-level array in the Alliance headquarters, it would be broken in minutes. It would be useless. Without the emperors overseeing, it is impossible for us to revive the array to its peak. Speaking of which, it is also a waste of resources. Immortal Copper King nodded and said, "No matter what, those inheritances that have produced emperors have to ignite the heavenly notification talisman. If we can invite back even one emperor, it will be enough to reverse the situation and completely seal the Tian clan." The Lord of the Netherworld said, especially Wu Zong, "The Qin Emperor is the closest sovereign to us. If those disappeared sovereigns are still alive, then he is the one with the highest possibility of survival. After all, he left for the shortest time." Regarding the whereabouts of those disappeared Emperor Qin, everyone secretly speculated. Many people even guessed that they might have already fallen. But this point was completely denied by those inheritances that had produced Emperor Qin. Emperor Qin was their biggest protective talisman and tiger skin. Unless they were seen to have fallen, it was absolutely impossible to admit such a thing. Not to mention, these things were just a guess. And yes, when those emperors return, the situation can be immediately reversed. Immortal Copper King said, originally, he did not hope for those Emperor Qin to return. Once such a character returned, there would be no place for them in the world. Naturally, they would rule the world and control everything in the world. But now that the situation had reached such a critical time, he had completely changed his mind. Although power was important, it was not more important than his own life. As for Yi Shiwen's matter, let's put it aside for the time being. At this time, there is no need to fight with him until both sides suffer. To fight against the Tian clan, he is also a very important combat power. Immortal Copper King glanced at King of the Netherworld and said, compared to him, King of the Netherworld and Yi Shiwen were the ones who would not rest until one of them died. He was only contradicted by Yi Shiwen, but he was defeated by Yi Shiwen in a humiliating manner. How could he, who was proud and arrogant, accept this? Therefore, King of the Netherworld had been playing small tricks recently. These things were all under the eyes of Immortal Copper King, but he did not want to care. It just so happened that there was someone who could take care of Yi Shiwen. That would be the best. Moreover, King of the Netherworld was only ranked below him, but he was not his subordinate. He could not order him, so he could only turn a blind eye. Now that the situation had been reversed, he did not want any more twists and turns to continue the internal losses. Chapter 2778. All right, I won't deliberately target him. King of the Netherworld gritted his teeth and said he was also very unwilling. Being humiliated by Yi Shiwen in front of everyone was simply a great humiliation to him, especially after Yi Shiwen defeated Nightmare one step further. He had completely become synonymous with overestimating himself. Even Nightmare was not a match for him, let alone him, a mere king of the Netherworld. He was a top-notch expert ranked at the top of the 10 great divine kings, yet he was actually described as a mere. Wasn't such humiliation serious enough? During this period of time, he had been jumping up and down and contacted many experts to target Yi Shiwen and the Hidden Valley. However, he was naturally very clear about what was more important now. Compared to the major event of the Heavenly Clan's return, Yi Shiwen's matter was simply insignificant, and no one would really pay attention to this matter. He really got lucky. However, after we defeat the Heavenly Clan, it will be the death of a clown like him. All of them must be eliminated. King of the Netherworld said coldly. He even thought of letting Yi Shiwen die in the battle with the Heavenly Clan. Although he couldn't deliberately target Yi Shiwen, if there was such a good opportunity, then don't blame him for making a move. Then the heavens wanted him dead. Immortal Copper King saw King of the Netherworld's murderous aura, but he didn't say anything. He also hated Yi Shiwen and wished for both sides to fight to the death. He and King of the Netherworld weren't considered good friends. They were only temporary allies. If it wasn't for the matter of the Heavenly Clan that formed the Alliance Army, they might still be on the opposing side. However, this news hasn't spread out yet, said King of the Netherworld. It hasn't been produced yet, but this is only a matter of time, said Immortal Copper King. Sure enough, everything was as Immortal Copper King said. The news spread out very quickly. Perhaps ordinary news could be concealed, but such a big news couldn't be concealed at all, or it could be said that no one had the guts to conceal it. Otherwise, it would attract the suppression of everyone in the myriad worlds. When this news came out, it immediately overshadowed all the previous news. In an instant, the entire universe was violently shocked. How many years had it been since they had felt this way? The celestial race had revived once again. Although most of the people who were active in the myriad heavens and myriad worlds had not experienced the previous 2 battles against the heavens, It did not prevent them from understanding how terrifying the celestial race was from the ancient records of their ancestors. That was the most terrifying threat in the myriad heavens, the eternal enemy of every race. Compared to the celestial race, the personal grudges of every race were not important at all. Once the Tian clan returned, then it would be a problem for them to even survive. The Tian clan had been sealed twice and had failed twice. It was unknown how many experts had died or been injured in the various clans, but it was already a blood feud that could not be resolved. Once the two sides clashed, it would be a fight to the death. That was why the matter of D&I immediately attracted the attention of all the worlds, and the Allied forces were immediately formed. If it had been something else, it would have been impossible to organize the Allied forces in such a short period of time. This was a lesson learned through blood and tears, and they had no choice but to ignore it. Previously, it was just the remnants of the Tian clan, and it was already so difficult for them to deal with them. Not to mention the return of the Tian clan. How terrifying was that? In an instant, the entire situation had been completely reversed. From the various Allied forces completely having the upper hand, to the Tian clan completely having the upper hand. This news spread throughout the myriad heavens and myriad worlds like the wind, and as fast as it was, the speed at which the Tian clan sent out their troops. The remnants of the Tian clan in the myriad heavens and the experts of the Tian clan that had swarmed out from the sealed grounds quickly gathered together. Although the experts of the Tian clan in the sealed grounds were not familiar with the myriad heavens and myriad worlds, with the remnants of the Tian clan leading them, there would not be any problems. They quickly split into several groups and pounced towards the various major forces in the myriad heavens and myriad worlds. Furthermore, the main force was still rapidly gathering, and its strength was becoming stronger and stronger. In the sealed grounds, countless experts swarmed out every day. The true strength of the Tian clan had finally revealed its true face, revealing its astonishing claws and teeth. Many forces did not even have time to react before they were completely annihilated. For a time, there was blood everywhere, and the flames of war were everywhere. It was as if the flames of war had ignited the myriad heavens and myriad worlds in an instant. And this news naturally reached the ears of the Flame Lord very quickly. He immediately rushed in, disregarding the fact that Yi Shiwen was still in closed-door training. At that time, it had already been 10 years since Yi Shiwen had been in closed-door training. 10 years was actually just a blink of an eye for these gods who had infinite lifespans. In this short period of time, Yi Shiwen's strength had greatly improved. The wings of the demon had been completely deduced to the level of the wings of time. Compared to the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, the wings of time was even more difficult. The main reason was that the laws of time that were involved were too profound. Yi Shiwen had used up all his methods, but he had only managed to cultivate it to the great perfection stage. Besides the cultivation of the wings of the demon, in these 10 years, Yi Shiwen had spent most of his time on increasing his strength. The Emperor's source that he had brought with him had already been consumed by him. There were less than 300,000 left. A total of 700,000 Emperor source had been completely consumed by him. Besides using them to comprehend the word demon and cultivate the wings of the demon, he had used most of them to absorb and transform them into martial arts. Yi Shiwen, who had just broken through to the late stage of the king-ranked realm, was like an expanded pool. His capacity had increased, but he did not have enough martial arts. After 10 years of absorbing martial arts, Yi Shiwen had finally rushed to the peak of the late stage of the king-ranked realm. He was only half a step away from the peak of the king-ranked realm. At that time, he could try to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. However, he did not have enough emperor source. He definitely had to return to the Devil King's treasure house. The reason why he had improved so quickly was because of his previous accumulations. Now he had used up all his previous accumulations. If he wanted to advance to the peak of the king-ranked realm, he had to return to the Devil King's treasure house to continue accumulating. Even so, compared to others, his speed was still frighteningly fast. Yi Shiwen had originally intended to continue consolidating his cultivation for a period of time. Who knew that he would hear this news? He could not sit still any longer. After that, an even more shocking piece of news came. A celestial race army was already heading in the direction of the Hidden Valley. Their target was very obvious. They were probably heading towards the Hidden Valley. As the representative of the Hidden Valley, the Lord of Flames had to stay in the Alliance Army headquarters to communicate. Hence, Yi Shiwen could only return. Furthermore, compared to Yi Shiwen, the Lord of Flame's strength was nothing. Compared to Yi Shiwen, it was more suitable for him to return and provide reinforcements. After receiving this news, Yi Shiwen did not dare to stay any longer. He quickly rushed out of the Alliance Army headquarters and rushed in the direction of the Hidden Valley. The endless war was ignited in the myriad heavens. Except for some deeper regions, more than half of the myriad heavens had fallen into the flames of war. Many forces had no time to resist. They did not even have the time to organize a decent resistance before they were completely annihilated. This celestial race army was even more terrifying than the legends. Sieging cities and seizing strongholds was as simple as eating and drinking water. One world after another was captured by them. Countless people of various races died tragically. Some of them were simply captured and enslaved. The celestial race had always thought that they were the favored children of heaven and earth. They did not care about other races. They only treated them as slaves. Otherwise, they would not have triggered the first war against the heavens. Yi Shiwen flew all the way. His wings of time really showed its terrifying power at this time. He was shuttling between worlds at an extremely fast speed. He saw that in the vast myriad heavens, almost all of them were caught in the flames of war. Countless immortal inheritances were caught in the flames of war. They were attacked by the celestial race or the celestial race's vassal army. One world after another was shrouded in the smoke of war. Some of these celestial race's vassals were the celestial race's vassals a long time ago. However, after the celestial race lost power, they went into hiding. They hid in the corners of the myriad heavens, waiting for the celestial race to recover. Now they finally had the opportunity. Some of them were slaves who had just been captured by the celestial race. At this time, they had become the vanguard army and cannon fodder. They had no choice. If they did not do this, they would die tragically. As more and more worlds were captured, more and more resources were used by the celestial race. The celestial race, who had caught the myriad heavens unprepared, was growing rapidly. They plundered more resources. It was unknown how much wealth they had plundered. Yi Shiwen saw it all. Countless battles were going on. It was unknown how many battlefields were going on at the same time. There were more and more celestial race masters. Some of them directly encountered Yi Shiwen and were directly taken care of by him. However, Yi Shiwen did not care about some other celestial race. At this time, there was nothing more important than the Hidden Valley. He could not care so much about other people's affairs. Yi Shiwen even encountered 3 experts of the 10 great divine kings level along the way. There were experts of the Tian clan and also their vassal clans. If Yi Shiwen wanted to take care of them, he would have to put in a lot of effort. However, what Yi Shiwen lacked the most at this time was time. Therefore, he could only let them go. Such chaos is simply a sign of the coming of chaos. However, it may not be a bad thing for me. Only in such a chaotic situation. I am not too dazzling. I have enough time to grow. Yi Shiwen was a little happy. He naturally had his own plans. Chapter 2779. He naturally knew that he had attracted the attention of many people due to the recent series of events. Such attention wasn't a good thing. He had attracted the attention of those old monsters too early. Even if he had the ability to protect himself, he didn't want to be chased all over the world. Moreover, there were many people who had connections with him. Even if he could run away, these people wouldn't be able to run away. He was confident and didn't fear anything with the help of the time robe. However, he wasn't willing to fight for a long time. Such a chaotic world was undoubtedly a disaster for the heavens. However, it wasn't necessarily the case for him. The celestial race had attracted the attention of the majority of people. This could buy him a lot of time. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to step into the quasi-emperor realm. At that time, there would be nothing to be afraid of. Especially in such a chaotic world, the laws of the world would loosen up. So it would be much easier to make a breakthrough. Although there would be countless deaths and injuries in every great tribulation of the heavens and earth, there would often be some extremely powerful experts among the survivors. With his current strength, he already had the qualifications to be ranked amongst the strongest group of people in the world. Unknowingly, he had already left a deep imprint in the hearts of many people. Many people had already treated him as a lifelong enemy. Yi Shiwen had a lot of thoughts in his mind. Countless ideas emerged in an instant. He could deduce countless things. This was his current ability. Even a super optical computer was nothing compared to him. The distant hidden valley was already right in front of his eyes while he was deep in thought. At this time, he could see that the entire hidden valley had fallen into a military disaster. Many of the arrays in the entire hidden valley had been completely activated. Many disciples of the hidden valley were shuttling back and forth between the arrays and groups. They were killing the experts of the celestial race and their vassal races who were trying to outflank them. Although they were facing such a sudden attack, the hidden valley was still the hidden valley after all. As an old king's sect, their reaction mechanism was still very fast. The celestial race's vanguard had just arrived when the celestial race's army was already ready. Therefore, although the celestial race's army had arrived suddenly, they didn't cause much damage to the hidden valley. Seeing that they were unable to capture the hidden valley immediately, the experts of the Tian clan began to divide their forces to attack other places. In the vicinity of the hidden valley, there were many immortal inheritances. These immortal inheritances were basically the vassal forces of the hidden valley. Otherwise, they would not have been allowed to station near the hidden valley. Basically, they were all related to the hidden valley in many ways. In fact, most of them were established by disciples who had left the hidden valley. When all of them were added together, they formed the truly massive force of the hidden valley. Around the hidden valley, it was unknown how many small worlds, how many sects, how many countries, and how many resources there were. Thus, this was also the target of the celestial race. It had to be known that the Tian clan had just returned. Although they were aggressive, in reality, they did not have many resources at all. The resources left behind by the Tian clan were not enough. Not to mention, the Tian clan that had just been besieged did not have many resources left. Countless experts of the Tian clan were burning, killing, and looting, constantly plundering resources. After the immortal inheritances were breached, many people fled to the hidden valley. These people had some kind of relationship with the hidden valley. Naturally, the hidden valley could not sit idly by and do nothing. Moreover, these were the experts that the hidden valley needed. They could not allow the Tian clan to kill them, or simply take them as slaves to become the vanguard of the attack on the hidden valley. They might as well take them all in and train them into an army to resist the offensive of the Tian clan. However, in general, the hidden valley had fallen into a disadvantageous position. When facing the offensive of the Tian clan's army, the hidden valley chose to defend steadily. They withdrew their disciples and related immortal inheritances from all over the place, so as to avoid meaningless sacrifices. Most importantly, this was only the vanguard of the Tian clan's army. They were not sure that they could defeat them quickly. If the Tian clan's army arrived while they were entangled with them, it was very likely that they would be routed. They would rather hold their ground. They had no other choice. It was impossible for them to retreat. Otherwise, without their own base of operations, they would be reduced to stray dogs. Let them see the power of our hidden valley. Let those Tian clan bastards know that we are not some soft persimmon that can be pinched. Kill. Even if those Tian clan have a good appetite, they will still lose a piece of their teeth. Kill, kill, kill. The entire hidden valley was filled with all kinds of battle cries. Most of the elite troops in the Hidden Valley had been transferred to the Allied forces headquarters and formed into various legions. It was impossible for them to return easily at this time. Even the Allied forces headquarters was in a complete mess. There was nothing they could do. The remaining experts could only desperately resist to buy time. Under the resistance of these Hidden Valley disciples, the vanguard army that wanted to launch a surprise attack on the Celestial Race army was unable to succeed. Yi Shiwen looked over and saw that there were God King level experts fighting. They were fighting in several places, and the one closest to Yi Shiwen was the monkey's master, Violent Ape King. At this moment, the Violent Ape King had transformed into a body that was tens of thousands of feet tall. Even the clouds could only linger around his waist. The huge metal rod in his hand swept out, sweeping away everything in its path. Those heavenly race could not stop it, but soon a god king of the Tian clan, who was holding a big axe, fought with him and entangled him. Without Violent Ape King's crazy attack, the Tian clan army got a chance to breathe and quickly assembled. This also fully demonstrated the well-trained Tian clan army. Behind Violent Ape King, there were also many Hidden Valley disciples who were struggling to resist. Most of them were disciples of Violent Ape King's faction. Currently, the Hidden Valley was basically divided into different battlefields by the God Kings. Among them, Yi Shiwen also saw the monkey that he had not seen for a long time. He was also standing with his golden hair upside down, and he was in high spirits. There was even a look of excitement on his face. He was constantly sweeping the Tian clan experts with his iron rod. In the past thousands of years, his progress was naturally incomparable to Yi Shiwen's. Now, he had actually stepped into the peak of Tao confirmation, which could be considered quite fast. But compared to a monster like Yi Shiwen, his speed was nothing at all. Yi Shiwen quickly saw clearly that this was only the vanguard of the Tian clan army. He had already made up his mind to defeat this vanguard before the Tian clan army arrived. What the God Kings of the Hidden Valley could not do, it might not be impossible for him. "Senior brother, let me help you." Yi Shiwen took a step forward and directly crossed the void on the spot. He directly arrived in front of Violent Ape King. This directly shocked both sides. A battle of this level was not something that others could participate in. Whether it was the Tian clan experts or the Hidden Valley disciples, they all hid far away and let them fight to their heart's content in the formation. Therefore, they did not expect that someone would suddenly appear. Moreover, his speed was so fast that he actually evaded their perception. It was as if he had teleported and appeared in front of them in an instant. When Violent Ape King saw that this person turned out to be Yi Shiwen, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he had not seen Yi Shiwen for a while, he still recognized Yi Shiwen immediately. Back then, Yi Shiwen had a very good relationship with Monkey and the others. For the sake of Monkey, Violent Ape King also took care of Yi Shiwen a lot. It could be said that Yi Shiwen was indebted to him. Yi Shiwen had always been clear about gratitude and grudges, so he immediately came to help. It turns out to be Junior Brother Yi. "Be careful, Junior Brother Yi, this fiend is ferocious," he hurriedly reminded. He had fought with this Tian clan expert until now, and knew that his opponent was not weak. Otherwise, he would not be able to entangle with him until now. He was not a weakling. He originally planned to take action and capture him with Yi Shiwen. However, he saw Yi Shiwen laughing and saying, "Senior brother, don't worry. Watch me take him down." Then, before he could say anything, he saw that Yi Shiwen had already taken a step forward and directly rushed towards the other party. "Junior Brother Yi, don't fight with him. His physical cultivation is very strong," Violent Ape King hurriedly reminded him. He had fought with the other party for so long, so he more or less understood some of the other party's methods. Ha, it's too late." The Tian clan's divine king raised his giant axe and directly chopped down. From afar, it looked like a mountain had smashed down. Violent Ape King became as big as a mountain and directly used it to move towards the heaven and earth. The same was true for the Tian clan's divine king. He was not inferior to Violent Ape King in the slightest. The giant axe in his hand smashed down like a huge mountain, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. Yi Shiwen did not dodge or evade. He watched helplessly as the giant axe smashed down. Before everyone could cry out in alarm, they already saw the giant axe smashing down. Bang! A huge explosion sound resounded. It was like the sound of metal clashing. However, the scene of Yi Shiwen being chopped into pieces did not appear as everyone had expected. On the contrary, the giant axe fell to a certain extent and could no longer move forward. Everyone focused their eyes and saw that Yi Shiwen's fist had landed on the blade of the giant axe. The blade of the axe, which should have been incomparably sharp, was actually unable to do anything to Yi Shiwen's fist. Kacha kacha! Just as everyone was exclaiming in alarm, cracks actually appeared on the surface of the incomparably sharp giant axe. Like a dense spider web, the cracks spread in all directions. Bang! There was another loud roar. That giant axe that was like a mountain actually collapsed in front of everyone. Iron scraps swirled in the air, and the flying fragments smashed countless experts from both sides to death. Then it directly exploded. How is this possible? He broke a top-grade divine tool with his bare hands. Chapter 2780. It was true that although this giant axe could not be considered a top-grade divine artifact, it was still a top-grade divine artifact. How could it be broken so easily? To break a top-grade divine artifact with one's bare hands, such a thing was simply something that could only happen in myths and legends. But it had appeared in front of them. How is this possible? The Tian clan godly king was almost scared to death. He had shattered his own divine artifact with his bare hands. If he had not experienced it personally, he would not have done such a ridiculous thing. You're courting death. The Tian clan godly king was almost angered to death. Although this giant axe could not be considered a top-grade divine artifact, he had exhausted all of his energy to finally refine it. Now that it had shattered on the spot, who knew how much money he would lose? In his fluster and exasperation, he had already forgotten how Yi Shiwen had shattered his giant axe with his bare hands. The five-colored light split apart and shot out in all directions. These divine lights condensed in his hand and instantly slammed down towards Yi Shiwen. The strength of a powerful godly king was finally fully displayed. Even without a top-grade divine artifact, it was still extraordinary. Junior brother Yi, be careful. The Violent Ape King hurriedly reminded him. Senior brother, don't worry, these people are just a bunch of clowns. Yi Shiwen leaped up and pointed with his finger. In an instant, the power of his finger was shocking. With just one finger, he almost pierced a huge hole in the sky. The divine light that the Tian clan godly king slammed down was instantly pierced through. Then there was a loud scream as the Tian clan godly king clutched his arm and screamed. Only then did everyone see that the entire arm of the Tian clan godly king had actually exploded, turning into a cloud of golden blood mist that dissipated. Not good. At this moment, the Tian clan godly king finally understood that the person in front of him was not someone he could deal with. He never thought that he would encounter such a terrifying enemy. He immediately let out a long roar and turned into a stream of light, wanting to slip away from Yi Shiwen's hand. However, how could Yi Shiwen let him succeed? With a sneer, he suddenly grabbed with his hand, and in the blink of an eye, the entire starry sky exploded on the spot. The stars in the distance all shattered, and countless experts from the Tian clan army exploded on their own. There were many dead and injured on the spot, and many people didn't even have time to scream before their primordial spirits were destroyed. God-level experts for the current Yi Shiwen were really not difficult at all. All of this happened too quickly. The people of Tian clan did not expect that even if they took out their divine tools to resist, it would be useless. With Yi Shiwen's current physical strength, the divine tools would only be able to shatter with a single slap. The celestial race's godly king didn't even have time to resist. He was hit on the spot and was sent flying like a meteor. Heaven and earth rumbled, and the sound of ghosts wailing and wolves howling could be heard. Everyone could only watch helplessly as Yi Shiwen casually slapped the incomparably powerful divine king into the ground. A huge crack that was thousands of miles long was torn open in the ground. Everyone could only watch helplessly as Yi Shiwen casually slapped the incomparably powerful godly king into the ground. A huge crack that was thousands of miles long was torn open in the ground. Too terrifying. Someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. His heart was filled with bitterness. Was this still human strength? Such a blow was earth-shattering, and the sun and moon lost their light. In particular, many demigod experts were even more dumbfounded. Those who could cultivate to the demigod realm in the Hidden Valley were not country bumpkins. Basically, they had seen the existence of the gods. However, they had never seen such a terrifying battle. Just a big hand could destroy an existence of an army. A battle of this level made them lose the slightest bit of fighting spirit. A battle of this level was simply not something they could participate in. Fortunately, Yi Shiwen was on their side. Otherwise, their mental defenses would have collapsed if they had watched helplessly as their godly king was slapped into the ground. They had not clearly seen what had happened. The godly king who had been slapped into the ground struggled to stand up again. However, a big foot descended from the sky and trampled the struggling godly king into meat paste. His spirit was destroyed. He did not even have the opportunity to reassemble his body. He died a tragic death. The violent ape king was also a bit dumbstruck. He had been guarding the Hidden Valley all year round. He had heard of Yi Shiwen's many brilliant military exploits in the Allied Forces headquarters. However, he had merely heard about it. It was far from being as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes. A powerful godly king who was comparable to him had been slapped to death by Yi Shiwen. Was there anything more shocking than this? In the past, he had only heard about it from the Flame Lord. He did not have any clear feeling. Now, he had a faint feeling that the entire Hidden Valley would perhaps undergo earth-shaking changes because of Yi Shiwen's existence. Yi Shiwen was no longer able to explain it clearly with the concept of an ordinary godly king. He even had a more shocking guess in his heart. Perhaps Yi Shiwen might really become a Tao Emperor. Since ancient times, there had always been such a claim. However, it was far from being able to achieve it. Only a few people could be truly optimistic about it. Although he was a godly king, he was still very far away from that realm. He knew this the best. It was far from what others imagined. At this moment, Yi Shiwen's big hand grabbed out again. However, it was not for the ordinary Celestial Clan army. In his opinion, those people were not important at all. Instead, he simply grabbed another Celestial Clan godly king who was fighting with the Golden Rock King. Back then, the Golden Rock King had also helped him. Although it was for the sake of the young Kuan-Pung, he had indeed helped him. At this moment, Yi Shiwen naturally could not watch him fall into a bitter battle without making a move. Yi Shiwen's big hand shone with golden light, illuminating half the sky. The big hand exuded a kind of terrifying aura. There was an endless whining sound as it directly slapped down. That Celestial Clan godly king had 3 heads and 6 arms. He directly activated his Dharma body and fought with the Golden Rock King. He immediately felt Yi Shiwen's big hand slapping down. He immediately reacted and directly transformed into a 10,000 feet Dharma body, wanting to contend with Yi Shiwen's big hand. However, it was useless. Just as his 10,000 feet Dharma body was formed, Yi Shiwen's big hand slapped down. It immediately tore apart his defense and directly slapped his body. Bang! There was a huge and shocking collision, sound like the sound of metal colliding. The void shook violently. This terrifying force passed through the Celestial Clan godly king's body and directly transmitted to the ground. In an instant, this power rippled out. Countless mountains collapsed in an instant, unable to withstand the baptism of this power. Boom! The celestial clan godly king's 10,000 feet Dharma body was blasted short. It turned out that his entire body had been slapped by Yi Shiwen until he knelt down. His legs couldn't withstand such power. This power could only be described as powerful. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. The remaining power in his body was really strong. The blood that he spat out was like a river that swept out. His face instantly turned pale. In just an instant, he was severely injured by Yi Shiwen. This was because he had discovered this early. Otherwise, Yi Shiwen's attack would have completely smashed him into meat paste. How can he be so strong? This celestial race god king immediately turned pale with fright. An expert that could injure him to such a state with just one strike. Even an expert of the 10 great god king level couldn't do it. There was only one possibility. A quasi-emperor level expert had appeared in the opponent's camp. Although this was somewhat different from his initial expectations. After all, the information he received said that there could be no expert of the quasi-emperor level here. However, the current situation was clearly different. Before he could react, Yi Shiwen's next attack completely slashed down. It was the ruler's sword. The ruler's sword will soar into the sky and directly slash down. No, impossible. The celestial clan, godly king, did not have time to react at all. However, he was extremely unwilling. Even so, it was of no use. Yi Shiwen's sword slashed down, and his body was cut in half on the spot. In an instant, blood spurted out like a pillar. His spirit was completely destroyed. His spirit was originally extremely powerful. Even a little cell could absorb the energy of heaven and earth and recover. However, at this time, under Yi Shiwen's sword, all of them were annihilated. He was not a match at all. Another celestial king died tragically. After a short period of silence, loud cheers came from the hidden valley. Yi Shiwen had just appeared and had already easily killed 2 celestial kings. Such a battle record was simply invincible. In this kind of situation where the hidden valley was facing a great calamity, the more powerful Yi Shiwen was, the more relieved they were. Junior brother, Yi is really too strong. He really has the potential to become an emperor. The Golden Rock King stared dumbfoundedly at the opponents who had just fought with him, bitterly dying tragically. He simply could not believe it. Like the violent Ape King, a feeling rose in his heart that Yi Shiwen might really achieve Tao. Junior brother Yi, we are still fine here. The main problem is over there. The situation over there is really dangerous. The Golden Rock King hurriedly pointed in another direction. Yi Shiwen looked over. Sure enough, an incomparably powerful celestial clan godly king was sweeping across. Under his offensive, the defensive line of the hidden valley was not a match at all. They were retreating step by step. That was not an ordinary celestial king. It was even a peak celestial king level expert. Yi Shiwen immediately took a step forward and shuttled in that direction. Chapter 2781. Yi Shiwen's great accomplishment demon wings were extremely fast. In almost an instant, he had already arrived in front of the celestial race divine king. In front of him, a god king of the hidden valley panted in an extremely horrible shape as he constantly retreated. Although he was very powerful, he was still not the opponent of the 10 great god kings. Basically, from the very beginning of the battle, he had been constantly collapsing. This was the Star Moon King, one of the hidden valley divine kings. His entire body exuded a powerful aura of stars. He could condense a star with every movement and destroy countless stars. It was also an extremely powerful cultivation path. However, in front of the divine king of the Tian clan, it paled in comparison. Although they were both divine kings, the gap between them was huge. Although the divine king of the celestial race couldn't kill a divine king as easily as Yi Shiwen, it was still enough to suppress the Star Moon King. Junior brother Yi. Although Yi Shiwen's arrival was very sudden, the Star Moon King still recognized him. On the other side, Yi Shiwen had already caused an earth-shattering battle and killed 2 celestial divine kings in a row. However, the Star Moon King did not know that. He did not dare to be distracted, not even in the slightest. Given his situation, if he was distracted, he would not even know how he died. The Star Moon King still had a pleasantly surprised smile on his face. With Yi Shiwen around, there was hope. Judging from the situation that came from the Allied Forces headquarters, even the 10 great divine kings, level experts, were not Yi Shiwen's match. Regardless of how much of those rumors were true or false, even if there was only 30% to 40% truth, with Yi Shiwen's strength, it would also be able to give him tremendous help. Right now, among the various battlefields in the Hidden Valley, this place was the most dangerous because the opponents were too powerful. Once this place was breached, it would only be a matter of time before the entire Hidden Valley's defensive line collapsed. Facing experts on the level of the 10 great divine kings, they also had no other choice. In the myriad worlds, in the era where sovereign lords disappeared and quasi-emperors did not appear, the 10 great divine kings were existences akin to nuclear weapons, invincible. "Senior brother, are you all right?" Yi Shiwen asked. "I'm fine. If you had come a little later, I might have been in trouble." "Ha ha ha." Star Moon King laughed heartily. He had always been a cheerful person. Now that there was a chance for him to turn things around, how could he not be happy? "Ha ha, junior brother is late. Please forgive me." Yi Shiwen laughed and said, "You should be Yi Shiwen." At this time, the God King looked at Yi Shiwen with a playful expression. "That's right, I'm Yi Shiwen. You guys are really bold. Since you know my name, you still dare to invade us." Yi Shiwen said indifferently, but his expression was incomparably cold. "Scoff, scoff, Yi Shiwen, don't be too arrogant. Do you think that you are invincible after defeating Emperor Tianqi?" The Heaven Race God King said in disdain. It was obvious that he didn't think much about Yi Shiwen defeating Emperor Tianqi. "Although Emperor Tianqi isn't strong enough, who are you?" Yi Shiwen wasn't in a rush to attack and asked directly, "I know you're trying to stall for time, but that's just wishful thinking. Do you think that we're all here? There's no harm in telling you. We're just the vanguard. When the time comes, there will be a lord who will personally come to deal with you." The Heaven Race God King said. At this moment, Yi Shiwen's mind was spinning and all the information was gathered. The Heaven Race sent out a 10 great God King level expert, and he actually said that they were just the vanguard. With his strength and identity, he actually said such words. This meant that the other party's strength was far above the other party's. Thinking about it like that, the other party was undoubtedly a quasi-emperor. However, from the information he got today, there shouldn't be many quasi-emperors in the Heaven Race. There weren't many quasi-emperors in the Heaven Race to begin with. Even so, they were all guarded by the various factions. Even if they came from the other side of the seal, there wouldn't be many. That was because time was just too short. That seal was not completely destroyed. Otherwise, he would have to face the Tian clan army that was like a swarm of locusts, and not just a small amount like this. Even though it was just this little bit, it was still enough to make the various races of the 10,000 worlds flustered and caught off guard. However, this was still not the true strength of the Tian clan. It had been many years since the Second War of Resistance. All the races in the heavens were resting and building up strength. Wouldn't the Heaven Race, which was on the other side of the seal, rest and build up strength? According to the information that Yi Shiwen gathered, if he didn't guess wrongly, they shouldn't have a complete breakthrough. So, forget about ordinary god kings. It would be very difficult for quasi-emperors to be teleported over. Therefore, these quasi-emperors should be targeting the inheritances that had emperors before. That was where they really needed to hold the line. In reality, there was one or more quasi-emperors who personally came to destroy the Hidden Valley. It was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. It was already enough to send out one of the 10 great God King level experts. If he had the same combat strength as before, even if he could block this God King, He wouldn't be able to stop the collective collapse of the other parts of the hidden valley. It could be said that it was a waste of talent. Yi Shiwen defeating the Nightmare Devil was something that happened recently. He didn't believe that the heaven race, which was in turmoil, could receive the news so quickly and specifically come to kill him. During this period of time, the heaven race's energy was probably used to break the seal. Moreover, from their words, it seemed that they were coming for him. There was only one possibility for a heaven race quasi-emperor to put aside his proper business and come to kill him, like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. It was related to Emperor Tianqi. The destruction of the Tianqi dynasty was closely related to him. Not to mention that Emperor Tianqi died in his hands, and even the Tianqi Emperor's sword was swallowed by the Avici sword. He and the Tianqi dynasty could be said to have a deep hatred. Although the Tianqi dynasty's Emperor Tianqi was considered strong among the survivors, if the seal was broken, there might be the Tianqi dynasty's old ancestor among the Tian clan experts that snuck in. In this way, everything made sense. Thousands of speculations flashed through Yi Shiwen's mind in an instant, and he immediately guessed everything. There's no harm in telling you my name. I am the Central Heavenly King. The Heaven Race God King said with a cold smile, Central Heavenly King. So it is the Central Dynasty that the Central Heavenly King established. Yi Shiwen said his origin. At their level of cultivation, the higher they went, the smaller their circle became. That was because there were only so many powerful people. The Central Heavenly King was an extremely powerful emperor in the heaven race back then. He dared to use the name Central, so one could imagine how powerful he was. In fact, the Central Heavenly King was indeed one of the strongest among the many emperors of the heaven race back then. The Central Dynasty that he established was also one of the strongest among the many dynasties of the heaven race. Compared to Emperor Tianqi's Tianqi dynasty, it was even more powerful and extraordinary. No wonder the Central Heavenly King could suppress Star Moon King. Star Moon King was already in the late stage of king-ranked realm, but he was still no match for the Central Heavenly King. This wasn't something an ordinary peak God King could do. That's right, you do have some knowledge. It is a pity that you are fated to face such a calamity. Not only did you ruin the plans of the heaven race time and time again, you actually dared to swallow the Tianqi Emperor sword. This is the root of your trouble. A lord is already extremely angry and is rushing over. I am just the vanguard. However, it is more than enough to destroy all of you. Central Heavenly King laughed coldly and stood with his hands behind his back. He was very confident. Originally, I didn't need to personally come to destroy a hidden valley. However, I heard that you killed Emperor Tianqi and are considered a person, so I came to take a look personally. The only person he was afraid of was Yi Shiwen. If Yi Shiwen wasn't here, he wouldn't need to personally participate in such a sect-exterminating battle. However, to him, this was just normal. He and Emperor Tianqi weren't the same thing. They weren't on the same level at all. He had already touched that realm and even fought with a mortal Copper King before. Naturally, he wasn't normal. I know you want to buy time, but the more time you delay, the more you will regret it when the time comes. It's better if you die in my hands, but if you fall into the hands of that lord, you will really be begging for death. Heavenly King Central said with a sneer, That's right. What? It's ridiculous that I want to stall for time. I just wanted to see what else you could say. Now, it seems that it's not much different from my speculation. Since that's the case, there's no need for you to exist anymore. Is the Central Heavenly King that great? I heard that you once fought with the immortal Copper King, and there was no clear victor. However, you might not know that even the immortal Copper King isn't my opponent. So, the reason you think you're relying on is because you came to die. Yi Shiwen shouted loudly and directly attacked. In an instant, golden magic power surged out and illuminated the entire world with golden light. It seemed as if they had entered a golden kingdom. Yi Shiwen clenched his right fist, and a huge fist force surged out, condensing into a terrifying power that instantly blasted out. Central Heavenly King's expression finally changed. The huge power that Yi Shiwen gathered was already above the 10 great God Kings. It even made his expression change slightly. At this moment, he finally believed that Yi Shiwen wasn't bragging when he said that even a mortal Copper King wasn't his opponent. However, there was no way out now, and he could only fight. Chapter 2782. This battle was almost unavoidable. He was sent here to confront Yi Shiwen. According to the original plan, he should try his best to delay Yi Shiwen. According to the intelligence they obtained, Yi Shiwen's battle prowess was ranked at the top even among the 10 great Divine King-level experts. If he wanted to escape, then who could stop him? Unfortunately, news came from the other side of the seal. Yi Shiwen was the target that he wanted to deal with. As for the Hidden Valley, it was just a target that he wanted to eliminate in passing. The priority could not be messed up. Even if the Hidden Valley was wiped out and Yi Shiwen was released, the Lord would not be satisfied in the end. When that time came, they would be blamed for it. No one was willing to endure the thunderous rage of a quasi-emperor. Moreover, the Hidden Valley was a relatively large Regis sect and was within the scope of the Tian race's target of elimination. It was only a matter of order. Therefore, he could only delay Yi Shiwen until the quasi-emperor came in person. At this time, there was already some fear in his heart. This was unprecedented. Among the younger generation, there was no one who could pose such a big threat to him. The fist energy cut through everything in the sky. The world was flattened in front of a terrifying force. This was the use of the power of space in the fist technique. At this time, the Central Heavenly King roared and directly met the attack. His wide palm suddenly shook and an overwhelming palm energy pounced down, turning into a huge starry river of light in the sky. Great Heavenly Luo Sacred Stars, / This attack of the Central Heavenly King was a martial art created by the Central Heavenly Emperor. In the past, this attack had crossed half the universe and shattered an entire galaxy. Its power was infinite and extremely terrifying. The attack of the Central Heavenly King was naturally not as terrifying as that of the Central Heavenly Emperor, but its power was still extremely great. Rumble! The two sides collided directly. There was shock and destruction caused by the shocking collision everywhere. However, this stalemate only lasted for a moment. After that moment, the infinite power of the stars was instantly blasted away. Yi Shiwen's fist landed. The fist energy twisted and shattered everything, breaking the Central Heavenly King's attack. The great Heavenly Luo Sacred Starry Slash was completely broken, which shocked the Central Heavenly King greatly. He retreated as the power of the countless stars shattered. Boundless dermic powers shattered as well, splashing in all directions. Go to hell! Yi Shiwen rushed in front of the Central Heavenly King in a flash and blasted his fist again. The fist energy condensed again and formed a mass of light beam. It soared into the sky and ran through the entire sky. It seemed as if it would shatter the sun in the sky. Behind Yi Shiwen, a shadow of the incarnation of the Fist Tao appeared. The vast fist energy filled the world. A Fist Tao expert was explaining the profound meaning of the Fist Tao. These were all Fist Tao geniuses who had cultivated for countless years. More fist energy turned into the 6 paths of reincarnation, flying between the sky and the earth. The white rainbow that penetrated everything interweaved into a large net. It seemed to replace all the laws between the heavens and the earth, encompassing everything in it. Yi Shiwen's attack was the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, suppressing everything. The Central Heavenly King was not a good person. After all, he was ranked among the 10 great divine kings and was on the verge of entering that realm. Otherwise, he would not be able to respond to Yi Shiwen's attack. He let out a long roar, and the power of his whole body surged out, transforming into a Dharma body of 10 million feet. Central Emperor Body. It was another earth-shattering technique. According to legend, this was a Dharma body created by the central heavenly king in the past. It was indomitable and could grow to the height of the world without any difficulty. It was invincible. Among the many Dharma bodies, it was also one of the few powerful existences. At this time, in the face of Yishuin's attack, he had no other choice but to use the central emperor body. He had to suppress Yishuin. He slashed down towards Yishuin again. It was still the great heavenly Luo sacred star slash, but with the support of the central emperor body, the power was incomparable to before. Under the illumination of the light, he did not look like a mortal, but like the real central heavenly king was about to return. Boom! A direct collision occurred in an instant. A huge gap was formed in the collision between the heavens and the earth, and the truly terrifying power swept out through this gap. Countless laws were broken and formed a storm of laws that rolled back in an instant. The powerful aura swept across, blowing the clothes of both sides, but at this time neither side was moved at all, especially Yishuin. Although his figure was far inferior to the central heavenly king's 10 million feet Dharma body, in terms of strength it was not the same. Yishuin, you can actually force me to use the central emperor body as soon as I came up. You should be proud. Only you have done it since ancient times, said the central heavenly king with an angry expression. Central emperor body, is it the central emperor body that is known as the central, south, north, west, and middle? The central emperor body that is invincible in the world, said Star Moon King with a dignified expression. He had heard of this supreme Dharma body martial art before. It was one of the few lost techniques in the world, and one of the strongest Dharma bodies in the world. However, when he fought with the central heavenly king, he did not see it because the central heavenly king did not even need to use the central emperor body to deal with him. This was very sad, but it was the truth. Compared with the central heavenly king who could fight with the immortal Copper King, he was not on the same level at all. Therefore, it did not reach this point at all. From this perspective, what the central heavenly king said that Yi Shiwen was the first person since ancient times was not false. The central heavenly king transformed into the central emperor body, and his spiritual power skyrocketed. His aura was even more inhuman, and it was unimaginably tyrannical. He was a lot more powerful in an instant. At this moment, he was the only overlord in the universe. He was invincible, and no one could stop him. His power could also be seen to be getting stronger and stronger, and Yi Shiwen's attack was blocked by him easily. A look of surprise flashed in Yi Shiwen's eyes. The central emperor's body was also an extremely powerful Dharmakaya cultivation method. It was indeed very mysterious. The central heavenly emperor had relied on the central emperor's body to become invincible in the past. It was indeed not without reason. Die. The eyes of the central heavenly king burst into a mass of light. He suddenly tore the space apart with his hands. The great heavenly Luo holy stars fell and bombarded Yi Shiwen's chest. It seemed as if he wanted to kill Yi Shiwen. The central emperor body is indeed not bad, but it's still too weak if it's just like this. Yi Shiwen snorted coldly, and his big hand suddenly grabbed out. It shrouded the sky and the sun on the spot, and then the heavenly Luo sacred star directly slashed down towards Yi Shiwen. You want to block my attack with just one blow. When the central heavenly king heard Yi Shiwen say that he was too weak, his eyes suddenly turned red. He could not tolerate others ignoring him like this. Immediately, endless starlight burst out from his hands, and the sky and the earth were cut open. Then, it only slashed down towards Yi Shiwen at lightning speed. Bang! There was a loud noise, but Yi Shiwen stood in the same place and did not move at all. He directly used the demon wings behind him to protect him, and the central heavenly king's attack was completely blocked. With the current power of the demon wings, it was almost invincible, and there was nothing to be afraid of. I already said that at this level, you are still far from being able to defeat me. I might as well tell you, even if your so-called lord comes, it will be the same. I have also defeated quasi-emperors. Yi Xuan shouted, and his whole body shone brightly. A sword will rushed out from his pores, and then condensed in his hand. The ruler's sword will rushed out between the heaven and the earth, and in an instant it was about to dominate the heaven and the earth, and then it directly slashed down. What? You have defeated quasi-emperors before. The central heavenly king was shocked. Impossible, you are only a divine king. Even if you are a little more powerful, it is impossible for you to defeat quasi-emperors. Even I can't do it. How can you do it? At this time, while he was still in shock, Yi Xuan had already killed in the sky, and then with endless sword light suppressed the central heavenly king's head. The protective layer of energy around the central heavenly king's avatar exploded, and it continued to crush down. Even his god artifacts and armors exploded one after another. They were completely useless. Under this terrifying pressure from Yi Xuan, no one could resist at all. How can he be so powerful? The central heavenly king immediately felt this terrifying coercion, and he was almost crushed alive by Yi Xuan. In his eyes there was a burst of amazing light, and it actually formed a divine light, wanting to penetrate Yi Xuan and break through Yi Xuan's attack. Insignificant tricks. Suppress all of them for me. Yi Xuan shouted, and from the sky, his big hand slapped down, suppressing in all directions. Above the palm there was a burst of golden light, and the central heavenly king's attack was completely broken, and in the blink of an eye it had already crashed down. So powerful! When the central heavenly king saw that his attack had been instantly broken, how could he not understand that he had encountered an extremely strong opponent? As for Yi Xuan's claim that he had once defeated a quasi-emperor, he actually believed 70 to 80% of it. First, Yi Xuan had no need to lie, especially this kind of lie that could be easily seen through. More importantly, such power was stronger than that of a person like him, who was already on the verge of entering the quasi-emperor realm. This was clearly the combat strength of a real quasi-emperor. Immediately, there was a dead look in his eyes. Chapter 2783. He had lost his confidence after being suppressed by Yi Xuan in just one move. If the difference in strength was small, it would be difficult to tell. But conversely, if the difference in strength was too large, it would be seen very quickly. What a powerful force! Am I seeing things? Isn't this the power of the heavenly law? What martial arts is this? How can it be so powerful? It's so powerful. No, we can't get close to the battlefield. The experts of the Hidden Valley and the Celestial Race were completely shocked by Yi Xuan's attack, but they had no way to get close to the battlefield. In particular, the Celestial Race experts rushed up to help Central Heavenly King. However, they were swept away by the aftermath and could not get close at all. Everyone only saw the Central Heavenly King, screaming and half-kneeling. He couldn't withstand Yi Xuan's terrifying attack at all. His tens of millions of feet tall doppelganger was useless in the face of Yi Xuan at this time. It collapsed directly and was broken into pieces in an instant. Boom! Yi Xuan's big hand directly smashed Central Heavenly King into pieces, and then directly fell into the hands of the Celestial Race experts. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of Celestial Race experts directly exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Damn it, damn it! Central Heavenly King screamed again and again. He reconstructed his body in the distance, but his face was extremely pale. He instantly screamed again and again after the attack, just now. How can this be? Even Pure Moon King's eyes widened. Not only him, but even the experts of the Hidden Valley and the Celestial Race were almost scared to death. Central Heavenly King, who had been famous for countless years, had been defeated in an instant. Was he really a monster? Although they knew that Yi Xuan was very strong, they did not know that he could be strong to this extent. Central Heavenly King's strength is far above mine. Even if an ordinary quasi-emperor wanted to deal with him, it would not be so easy. How can he not even withstand a proper attack from Yi Shiwen? How is this possible? Pure Moon King still did not dare to believe it. He had originally thought that Yi Shiwen would have a small victory over the Central Heavenly King after a bitter battle. Even so, Yi Shiwen's strength could be said to be top-notch in the present age. However, it was obvious that Yi Shiwen was even more tyrannical than he had imagined. How could the Central Heavenly King not know what kind of situation Yi Shiwen was in? Anyway, he was sure that Yi Shiwen was not someone he could deal with. At this time, he was already convinced that Yi Shiwen had once defeated a quasi-emperor. It was not strange for someone who could defeat him easily to defeat a quasi-emperor. He did not dare to stay any longer. Although he wanted to curry favor with the quasi-emperor of the Tianqi dynasty, it was not worth risking his life for him. He immediately turned into a ball of light and tried to escape. "You want to leave?" Yi Shiwen couldn't help but sneer. He immediately stretched out his hand and caught the Central Heavenly King who was about to escape. A few years ago, he might have been able to escape from Yi Shiwen's hands. But now, after a period of closed-door training, Yi Shiwen's strength had become much stronger. He had absolutely no hope at all. Yi Shiwen, who had mastered the demon wings, caught up to him in minutes. It was simply wishful thinking for the Central Heavenly King to escape. The Central Heavenly King still wanted to struggle, but it was useless. Although Yi Shiwen did not have any powerful magic tools on him, he could completely suppress the Central Heavenly King with the time robe. He killed the Central Heavenly King on the spot with one slap. Heaven and earth fell silent for a moment. An extremely powerful and invincible quasi-emperor had been killed so easily. How shocking was this? He's really dead. Junior brother, Yi, the general trend has been formed. The general trend has been formed. The Star Moon King kept repeating these words. If Yi Shiwen had still needed their protection before, then the current Yi Shiwen had completely matured. He no longer needed to rely on the Star Moon King and the Star Moon King to become invincible. On the contrary, they might have to rely on Yi Shiwen in the future. All of this took a long time to describe, but it actually happened in a very short time. From the moment Yi Shiwen appeared to the moment he killed the Central Heavenly King, it had only taken him a short time to succeed. After killing the Central Heavenly King, Yi Shiwen did not stop. He flew out on the spot and pounced on the other divine kings of the celestial race. Although he had already killed the Central Heavenly King, the other divine kings had not retreated yet. Or rather, they had not received the bad news yet. Naturally, they would not retreat so easily. At this moment, they were still fighting with all their might. With Yi Shiwen overseeing the situation, the other divine kings of the celestial race naturally could not cause any trouble. They were easily killed by Yi Shiwen, and their corpses were collected by Yi Shiwen. Without the leadership of the divine kings, the other celestial race armies collapsed. They were not a match for the Central Heavenly King at all. In the blink of an eye, they had all retreated. After a round of pursuit, the Hidden Valley sounded the gongs to retreat. Even though they did not pursue to the end, only a few celestial race experts managed to escape. The rest were all wiped out by the furious Hidden Valley army. Then, other than those who were assigned to be on duty, the experts of the Hidden Valley who were above the Divine Master level also gathered and held a meeting in a small world in the depths of the Hidden Valley. The chaos had come too suddenly, so they were simply caught unprepared. They had no time to react and could only instinctively resist. Now, it was time to hold a meeting to discuss what to do next. Many of the top experts of the Hidden Valley had already gathered and were in the middle of a meeting. Naturally, there were a few powerful god kings sitting above everyone. It had to be said that after experiencing a series of events, especially after the loss of the expedition army, the strength of the Hidden Valley had also suffered a significant loss. Compared to their peak, their strength had declined. Moreover, They had directly lost an invincible divine king. Such a loss could be said to be unforgettable. Fortunately, this time, Yi Shiwen had not only advanced to the divine king level, but also possessed the combat strength of the quasi-emperor level. In addition, the monkey and the other new generations were also growing, so it was not like there was no successor. Besides Yi Shiwen, the one who had advanced the fastest was the young Kuan-Peng. At this time, he was also only a step away from entering the divine king level. He was currently in closed-door training, so even such a great battle did not disturb him. This was because as long as he succeeded, the Hidden Valley would have one more divine king. Including the Flame Lord, the Hidden Valley would have 3 more divine kings in a short period of time. Vaguely, their strength would also increase a little. Although they had lost a divine king, it did not affect the overall situation. In particular, Yi Shiwen's strength was even more surprising. I didn't expect that the real chaos would come without any warning. At this time, the violent Ape King spoke. Even he, who had always been optimistic, said such words. One could imagine how chaotic the current situation was. This was not like in the past. It was just a battle between a few forces that had never stopped. Even the battles between the Hidden Valley and various other forces had never stopped. Now, it was a terrifying war that involved the heavens and realms. If they were not careful, the Hidden Valley's thousands of years of foundation could be destroyed in a day. Such things were not uncommon. In the past 2 heavenly wars, many forces like the Hidden Valley had been destroyed in a puff of smoke. From the information we received, it should be that the sealed land has been broken. The Golden Rock King said with a gloomy face, this battle had been too dangerous. The Hidden Valley would have collapsed if Yi Shiwen hadn't returned in time. The Hidden Valley would have been routed thousands of miles away. They would have used countless trump cards to drive the heavenly race away. However, the final losses would have been huge. How could the sealed land be broken? Isn't there a powerful quasi-emperor guarding it? We didn't receive any news. At this time, a divine master said in confusion, the sealed land had the seals of the emperor-emperors. How could it be possible to completely break the seals of the emperor-emperors? It was even more inconceivable and shocking than the complete destruction of the inheritance of the emperor-emperors. Indeed, it's very strange. The Violent Ape King said, although we don't know where the sealed land is, if there was any problem with the sealed land should have sent the news immediately. However, we didn't receive any news. So, the result should be very obvious. It is very likely that the remnants of the Sky Race found the sealed land one step ahead of us. Then, they broke the defenses of the quasi-emperors and released the exiled Sky Race. This was the most likely guess. Otherwise, if there was a problem with the seal, it would not have happened in a short period of time. There must have been a process of corrosion. If the sealed land had discovered this problem, they would have quickly informed the major forces to come and discuss it. After all, the matter of the seal was related to the safety of the heavens. No one would dare to act rashly. So, the real reason was not difficult to guess. Only the remnants of the Sky Race would want the Sky Race to return. However, how could the remnants of the Sky Race have the ability to break the seals of the emperor-emperors? I'm afraid they can't even break the defenses of the quasi-emperors, said a divine master in disbelief. The strength of the remnants of the Sky Race had been fighting for so many years. How could they not know that they should not have such an ability? After all, after the war against the heavens, the most elite forces of the various races were placed there. It was impossible to break it easily. Unless it's that emperor corpse. At this time, Yi Shiwen suddenly said. Chapter 2784. Unless it's that emperor corpse. At this moment, Yi Shiwen suddenly said. Everyone's eyes were attracted to him at once. That emperor corpse. Everyone immediately realized what it meant. Previously, the great defeat of the Allied forces was largely due to the emperor's corpse. If it was just the awakening of the Tao weapons, it would not have caused such a great defeat. After all, although the Allied forces were not well prepared, they also had the awakening of the Tao weapons to fight back. However, It was the emperor's corpse that caused the allied forces to be routed. If it wasn't for Yi Shiwen restraining them from behind, the consequences would be even more serious. At this moment, Yi Shiwen was thinking even further. Judging from the situation of the Heavenly Clan allied forces, even if they found the sealed land, it should not be enough to break the sealed land. The strength in the sealed grounds was probably even stronger than the inheritances of the imperial monarchs. There were also many imperial monarchs, not just one who had left behind many methods and resources. It was simply not something that the remnants of the Tian clan could take advantage of. This was a very realistic matter, and they were actually able to break the sealed land before the sealed land could even release the news. Even if it was a sneak attack, it would require absolute strength. Thinking about it this way, the only possible answer was that Emperor corpse. Only by thinking about it this way could everything truly make sense. What Yi Shiwen could think of, after being reminded by Yi Shiwen, the others also suddenly thought of it. Thinking about it made them shudder. Although they didn't know what method the Heavenly Clan used to activate that Emperor corpse, it was indeed very likely. It's meaningless to talk about this now. We don't know what's going on over at the sealed land. Yi Shiwen continued, Now is not the time to worry about how the sealed land was broken. That's right. Now is not the time to investigate this, Golden Rock King said. Right now, all the places are already in the flames of war. I'm afraid we can't escape at all. The other kings frowned as well, and their moods weren't any better. It would be fine if it was just an ordinary chaotic world. With the strength of the regal sect, they were able to hold their ground. No enemies could shake their foundation. However, when the chaos had reached such a point where even the heavens and realms were about to fall into the flames of war, it was not the time for them to reap the benefits. Now, all the vassal forces of our Hidden Valley have sent a talisman for help. They all want to hide here to take refuge. What do you think? Another king spoke. Hidden King. When this king spoke, no one dared to belittle him. This was because he was the true king who established the Hidden Valley. The Hidden Valley was initially established and existed because of him. He was the founder of the Hidden Valley. Later, other kings came in and built the framework of the Hidden Valley. Before Yi Shiwen appeared, he was the #1 king of the Hidden Valley. Yi Shiwen glanced at the Hidden King. He was indeed very strong. Rumors in the outside world said that he was only at the late-stage king-ranked realm, which was similar to Yi Shiwen's current level, as no one could see his true strength, and he had also cultivated a mystical ability that allowed him to hide his aura. No one knew that he had truly reached the peak stage of the king-ranked realm and was a peak-stage god-king. Yi Shiwen had seen the Hidden King before, but he could not see his true strength. However, things were different now. He could no longer be mentioned in the same breath as he was in the past. He was able to easily see through the Hidden King's strength. He was secretly astonished. The hidden strength of the Hidden Valley was not known to outsiders. Just the hidden strength of the Hidden King alone was enough to make those with ill intentions suffer. It was no wonder that when the Devil Eagle clan came to ask for the person back then, the Hidden Valley was still able to remain calm and unmoved despite the threat of a peak divine king. It was probably not only because of their righteous indignation. More importantly, with the Hidden King overseeing things, the Hidden Valley was extremely confident. However, the stronger the hidden strength of the Hidden Valley, the more confidence they had in getting through this chaos. Although he was confident, once the Heavenly Race army invaded, he could only take care of one side, but not the other. If something went wrong, at least there would be someone to help. I think there is no problem. The Violent Ape King nodded and said, These are the tentacles and forces of our Hidden Valley. Although they have moved in, it will put some pressure on us. However, rather than letting them die outside, it is better to bring them in and let them pass this stage first. The forces attached to the Hidden Valley naturally wanted to move into the Hidden Valley to seek refuge. It was not that they did not want to stay away from this troublesome place, but now that the heavens and the 10,000 realms were about to fall into the flames of war, Where could they escape to? Relatively speaking, it was safer in the hidden valley. It was like a small boat in the midst of thousands of storms. That's right. I agree too. Since the kings had agreed, the others naturally did not have any leeway to say anything. In the hidden valley, there was no doubt that these few kings were the true rulers. Unless there was a disagreement between them, these divine masters would have the leeway to speak. If they had reached an agreement, then these divine masters would have no choice but to obey their orders. In this world, the divine kings were the real rulers. The divine masters could only barely be regarded as part of the upper echelons and did not have the real power to make decisions. There are also some hidden means that need to be activated. The Tao soldier army must also prepare for battle. Contact the Flame Master at the headquarters. If things really don't work, we can retreat first. The Hidden King said calmly. He naturally gave such an order. For them, the importance of the Hidden Valley was far greater than the Alliance headquarters, which was filled with intrigue. The Lord of Flames mostly took on the responsibility of communication. A veteran godly king like him would basically stay within his own organization and not be moved at all. Yes, the Hidden Valley is a small business and cannot afford to be tossed around. The Violent Ape King nodded and said, if outsiders knew about this, they would definitely be speechless. Even an old regent sect like the Hidden Valley would actually say that it was a small business. It was really laughable. The others also nodded, obviously agreeing with this approach. Everyone, the problem has only just appeared. Compared to the trouble that will follow, what we have just said is nothing. The Golden Rock King glanced at Yishiwen and said, now it is just a vanguard legion of the sky race. The real trouble is behind. There is an old quasi-emperor of the sky race who is rushing here day and night. Once he kills us, then, as soon as the Golden Rock King's voice fell, everyone suddenly exclaimed. The entire small world was almost turned upside down. A quasi-emperor. Everyone was very clear about what kind of concept that was. It was difficult for an ordinary regent sect to produce a quasi-emperor level figure because there was no such inheritance at all. The divine king and quasi-emperor were only one step apart. However, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Everyone was very clear about this. The Hidden Valley didn't have such a big shot in terms of their heritage. The strongest Hidden King was merely a peak divine king before Yishuin. He was still far away from that step. Now, such an invincible figure was actually coming to deal with them. Moreover, he was rushing here day and night. One could imagine how shocking it was for them. How could this be? A quasi-emperor has actually come. This is really like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Many people originally did not know about this situation. At this time, they were in an uproar. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them. Originally, the central heavenly king, who was comparable to the immortal Copper King, had been dispatched to deal with them. This was already suspicious of using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Now a quasi-emperor had come. This lineup should have been dispatched to deal with an inheritance that had once produced an emperor, such as the Dragon Island and the ancient Phoenix world. But now it was being used to deal with the Hidden Valley. Wasn't this a little too much? If someone looked down on the Hidden Valley during normal times, they would certainly not let the other party go. But now, they could not wait for the other party to look down on them. It would be best if the other party simply forgot about them. Everyone had a sullen look on their faces. An expert of the 10 Great King realm could break through their defenses just by disarming a bomb, let alone a quasi-emperor. Could it be that the Hidden Valley, which had been passed down for countless years, was really going to fall? Speaking of which, this is also the trouble that I have caused. Yi Shiwen did not evade. Instead, he directly stated the cause of this matter. Only then did everyone understand that this quasi-emperor had actually come for Yi Shiwen. The reason for this made everyone's eyes pop out of their sockets. Yi Shiwen had actually swallowed one of the opponent's Dao tools. Although it was only a broken Dao tool, it was enough to shock everyone. At this time, Everyone finally remembered that there seemed to be some rumors that Yi Shiwen had a Dao tool in his hands. It was with this Dao tool that Yi Shiwen was invincible and invincible. However, these were after all just rumors. Although the Hidden Valley had a long inheritance, there was still a gap between it and the Dragon Island and the other inheritances that had once produced an emperor. Their understanding of the Avicii sword and the time robe was quite limited. Moreover, many kings were not present at that time, so they could not see it. Therefore, everyone in the Hidden Valley regarded this news as a legend. Even if the Avicii sword was obtained in the Hidden Valley, they actually did not know the existence of the Avicii sword. Only the Hidden King had faintly guessed something. Chapter 2785. The reason why he chose to build the Hidden Valley here was because it was a convenient place for him to live in seclusion. There was a big reason why he chose this place. It was because he had heard of the legend about the Dao tool here. It was just that he had not been able to obtain it all these years. Slowly, his thoughts gradually subsided. The Hidden King looked at Yi Shiwen. He didn't know if this was the legendary artifact. He could only sigh slightly in his heart. He had not obtained it for so many years. Yi Shiwen had obtained it not long after he came here. This could only be said to be fate. Everyone was still in a state of shock. Not only did Yi Shiwen possess a Dao tool, but he had also done such a shocking thing. No wonder the Sky Race would spare no effort to annihilate the Hidden Valley. It turned out that there was such a factor. If it was him, he would not let the other party go so easily. Now, everyone's eyes were on Yi Shiwen. This trouble was caused by Yi Shiwen, although the Tian clan's invasion was the general trend. But to attract the attention of a quasi-emperor, other than Yi Shiwen, there was really no one else. Everyone was waiting to see how Yi Shiwen would solve it. Yi Shiwen stood up directly and said, "Since this matter was caused by me, I naturally have the confidence to solve it. Don't worry." He was not talking nonsense. With the time robe, it was naturally not a problem to fight against a quasi-emperor. Even if the opponent's cultivation was profound, Yi Shiwen could at least not be defeated. When everyone heard Yi Shiwen say this, they could not help but sigh in relief. They could see that Yi Shiwen was very serious when he said this. It did not seem like he was putting up a strong front. Everyone could even feel Yi Shiwen's strong confidence. "I believe you," said the Hidden King. He looked up and down at Yi Shiwen and said, "Junior brother Yi, if I did not guess wrong, your current strength should be far beyond the level of the 10 great divine kings. You should already have the fighting strength of the quasi-emperor level." "That's right," Yi Shiwen nodded. "When I was in the Alliance headquarters, even the immortal Copper King couldn't do anything to me. I also defeated the nightmare of the original demon clan. It's not like I don't have any means to deal with a quasi-emperor." Yi Shiwen didn't deny it. Instead, he immediately admitted it. He was very clear that he had to give everyone as much confidence as possible in the current situation. It wasn't the time to keep a low profile. Everyone was thoroughly shocked. There had already been some rumors about this, but they were completely shocked when they heard Yi Shiwen's admission. In fact, they had completely lost their minds. What kind of concept was it to be able to defeat a quasi-emperor? Only the inheritances of those sovereign emperor-level experts could produce such a disciple. In the past, those were the prerogatives of the sovereign emperor-level inheritances. Now, such an invincible figure had actually appeared in their Hidden Valley. Yi Shiwen's image was getting bigger and bigger in everyone's hearts. In fact, it was almost comparable to the Hidden King who had founded the Hidden Valley. Everyone couldn't help but think that the Hidden Valley might really rely on Yi Shiwen to make a meteoric rise in the world. No wonder it's indeed so. The Hidden King had an as-expected look on his face. "It seems that, Junior, you must have had a huge fortuitous encounter during his time in the Alliance headquarters." When everyone heard the word fortuitous encounter, they couldn't help but have a look of sudden realization. Yi Shiwen had only cultivated for a few years. If he hadn't had a fortuitous encounter, how could he possibly be on par with a quasi-emperor? "Yes, I did have some fortuitous encounters," Yi Shiwen admitted. Everyone didn't continue to ask. Everyone had their own secrets. Even when Yi Shiwen was still a disciple, it wasn't appropriate for them to ask. Moreover, Yi Shiwen had long surpassed everyone. It was even more impossible for them to ask what kind of fortuitous encounter Yi Shiwen had. Junior Yi is really amazing. You're a person with great luck. The Golden Rock King couldn't help but say with emotion. He had the most right to speak. Many years ago he had taken in the young Kuan Peng, who was said to be the most talented. He thought that it would be difficult to find a rival in the same generation. Not to mention anything else. Just the bloodline of the Kuan Peng was enough to explain everything. The vicious bird race was also very particular about their bloodline. The reason why he had the cultivation and strength he had today had a lot to do with the fact that he was a member of the golden-winged rock race. Among the many vicious birds and divine birds in the heavens, their bloodline could definitely be ranked in the top 20. Don't underestimate the top 20. In the heavens, there were tens of millions of species of vicious birds and divine birds. There were even hundreds of millions of species. Those who could be ranked in the top 100 could be said to have a peerless bloodline. However, there was still a huge gap between the bloodline of the golden-winged rock and the real Kuan Peng. It could almost be said to be the strongest vicious bird bloodline. Perhaps only the heavenly phoenix bloodline of the phoenix race could possibly be on par with the golden-winged rock. However, the heavenly phoenix bloodline, which was a divine bird, had long been severed. In fact, only a mixed blood like Hua Menghan was left. Therefore, the Kuan Peng, the leader of the vicious birds, had almost the strongest bird bloodline. The young Kuan Peng had the purest Kuan Peng bloodline, without any impurities. It was conceivable that in order to compete for the ownership of the young Kuan Peng, a battle had broken out between the higher-ups of the Hidden Valley. In the end, he relied on the advantage of being from the same vicious bird bloodline to accept the young Kuan Peng as his disciple. The performance of the young Kuan Peng did not disappoint him. In less than 10,000 years of cultivation, he had already touched the threshold of the divine king level. This was a height that even he had never reached. Even among the countless geniuses since ancient times, this was one of the most dazzling people. Originally, these were things that he should be very proud of. However, when compared with Yi Shiwen, he seemed to be completely dwarfed. The young Kuan Peng, who had touched the threshold of the divine king level, did not let down his bloodline. He was indeed the strongest vicious bird. However, from this point of view, what was Yi Shiwen, who had touched the threshold of the quasi-emperor level? He could only be described as a monster. Even the adjective of a genius was no longer enough to describe him. Compared with him, Ji Ranwang, Ji Shenhuang, and the others who had once stood shoulder to shoulder with him and even far surpassed him, had completely fallen behind him. They were almost not on the same level. In the past, they had almost strangled Yi Shiwen because of Jun Dingtian. Thinking about it now, they felt that it was too ridiculous. If Jun Dingtian was still alive now, he would not even be qualified to carry Yi Shiwen's shoes. Even people like them, who were once aloof and determined Yi Shiwen's fate, could only look up to him now. For a moment, thinking of this, he felt a lot of emotions. If he had not experienced it personally, he would not have believed that such a thing would happen again. This is also a good thing for us. After all, with Yi Shiwen here, the probability of us surviving this great calamity is much higher. Not only is it much higher, this great calamity is another reshuffle of the heavens and realms. Why can't our Hidden Valley go a step further? Why can't we be compared to those emperor inheritances? Some people were even more ambitious. They actually wanted to upgrade the Hidden Valley to a level that was comparable to the emperor inheritances. However, after thinking about it, this was not necessarily impossible. Although they did not have any emperor inheritances, Yi Shiwen's strength was comparable to that of a quasi-emperor. In addition, he had a Dao tool to protect him. Compared to the emperor inheritances, there did not seem to be a big difference. As long as Yi Shiwen continued to stay in the Hidden Valley, Then over time they might even have a chance to catch up to those emperor inheritances. Some of the regal sects, even if they had a quasi-emperor level figure, did not have a chance to be comparable to the emperor inheritances. The fundamental reason was the lack of a powerful Tao tool to deter them. However, Yi Shiwen had a Tao tool in his hands, which made the Hidden Valley different from the ordinary regal sects. Other foundations could be slowly accumulated, but there was no Tao tool. It was impossible to refine a Tao tool unless one was an emperor. As this possibility was raised, everyone immediately became excited. They had even completely forgotten the fear of the impending attack of a quasi-emperor. Everyone's heart was beating violently. The divine masters and divine kings were in a state of faint madness, as if they were about to go crazy. In particular, they thought that Yi Shiwen had only just started. If he was given some time, he might be able to step into the emperor realm and become another invincible emperor after the Qin emperor. If he really succeeded, then they would not only be comparable to the emperor inheritances, but they would also be able to become the emperor inheritances. The difference in this was too big. Everyone, I will now announce a decision. The Hidden King looked around at the crowd and said, I want to pass the identity of the Hidden Valley Master to Yi Shiwen. What do you think? When everyone heard this, there was a sudden uproar. They did not expect the Hidden King to make such a decision. These people had long surpassed the 3 realms and were no longer in the 5 elements. They had seen through life and death. To them, time seemed to stand still. Therefore, among the gods, the longer they cultivated, the stronger they would be. Moreover, unless they encountered special circumstances, there was rarely a change in authority. This was especially so when the Hidden King was practically the #1 expert in the Hidden Valley. Who would dare to ask him to abdicate his position? Therefore, no one had ever considered this issue. Even the other divine kings did not think of asking the Hidden King to abdicate his position. Firstly, the Hidden King was extremely powerful and had great prestige. Secondly, it was unnecessary. If he wanted to forcibly ascend the position without the Hidden King's prestige, then he would definitely cause a huge commotion in the Hidden Valley. Therefore, everyone was completely shocked. Even Yi Shiwen did not expect the Hidden King to abdicate the position of the Hidden Valley Master. However, he immediately thought of the reason. Chapter 2786. Yi Shiwen quickly figured out the reason. The Hidden King probably wanted to rope him in, which was why he made such a suggestion. With the Hidden King's deep foresight, how could he not see Yi Shiwen's great potential? He was already above most people now, and his future was limitless. Even if he could not attain Tao, it was enough for the Hidden Valley to reap great benefits and continue to develop. With his own abilities, he had already done his best to bring the Hidden Valley to where it was today. He could not become any stronger. He did not even know if he could enter the ranks of the 10 great god kings, much less enter the quasi-thearch realm. The difference between a peak stage god king and a quasi-thearch could not be calculated with logic. Even if there was a day, it would be tens of thousands of years later. He had poured too much effort into the Hidden Valley. Naturally, he hoped that the Hidden Valley could develop to the next level. Furthermore, after being the Hidden Valley Lord for so many years, he did not have much yearning for power. Only a small portion of those powerful gods truly yearned for power. Most of them pursued higher realms as their life's goal. Unless they did not make any progress for countless years, they would then turn to pursue other things. It was the same for Yi Shiwen. With his current strength and reputation, if he wanted to create a faction, countless people would want to become his followers. Even king-ranked formidable martial artists would not be an exception. Creating a king-ranked sect would not be difficult at all. However, to manage such a newly established king-rank sect would undoubtedly take up a lot of Yi Shiwen's energy. Right now, Yi Shiwen wished that he could split a minute into 2. How would he have the time to manage a sect? However, the benefits of having a sect were naturally great. Many resources would be provided to him first. Whatever he wanted to do, many people would help him. He did not have to do it himself. With Yi Shiwen's strength, although the Hidden Valley could not help him much, it was still able to help him. If Yi Shiwen took over such a mature, king-rank sect, he would have the support of a king-rank sect. At the same time, he could save a lot of time in managing and establishing a sect. The advantages outweighed the disadvantages. It should be said that this was a win-win situation. It was precisely because of this that the Hidden Valley proposed it. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Shiwen at this time, waiting to see how he would choose. Everyone had no objection from the bottom of their hearts. The concept of the strong being respected was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Moreover, this was also beneficial to them. The Hidden King had already led them to the peak. If they wanted to advance further, they had to rely on Yi Shiwen. Junior brother, don't worry. After you take over the Hidden Valley, you don't have to worry about the mundane matters. We will naturally settle these matters for you, the Hidden King firmly said. Yi Shiwen's strength was their biggest guarantee at the moment. Wouldn't it be putting the cart before the horse if Yi Shiwen wasted a lot of time on these mundane affairs after he took over the Hidden Valley? This would delay his cultivation. Yi Shiwen saw that the Hidden King had considered all aspects for him, so he naturally didn't have any reason to decline. Moreover, it wasn't necessary. After all, this was a win-win choice. Moreover, when this great enemy was about to arrive, the Hidden King still supported him like before. Not only did he not give up his support because of the Quasi-Emperor, but he also made him the Valley Master in one fell swoop. It was absolutely impossible to say that Yi Shiwen wasn't touched at all. Yi Shiwen pondered for a moment and said, "Since senior brother has kind intentions, I can't refuse. I agree. Greetings, Valley Master." Everyone stood up one after another when they heard this and saluted. Everyone, no need to be so polite. Yi Shiwen waved his hand and said, under the persuasion of everyone, he sat on the Valley Master's throne at the very top. Yi Shiwen didn't really care. To him, it didn't make any difference at all. We are in troubled times now. Originally, we should announce it to the world and hold a grand ceremony. Now, we can only simplify everything. The Hidden King said, "It doesn't matter. These are just minor details. There's no need to go through so much trouble. The most important thing now is how to deal with this great calamity." Yi Shiwen said as he waved his hand. He had never cared about some empty reputation. Although we are in troubled times now, it might not necessarily be a bad thing. Yi Shiwen glanced at everyone and said. There was a slight doubt on everyone's face. This time, it could be said to be a disaster, not only for the Hidden Valley, but also for the myriad heavens. It might not be a bad thing, no matter what. We are in troubled times now. I don't know how many forces have been breached and how many forces have become destitute. This is the time for the major forces to reshuffle. If my Hidden Valley wants to go further, it is time to absorb these remaining forces and sweep all directions. Yi Shiwen said, if a force wanted to go further, in addition to the foundation and means left behind by the top figures, it was also very important to expand the number of experts at all levels. For example, many kings' sect only had 1 or 2 experts at the Divine King level. When that time came, the inheritance that had produced an emperor would be far more than just a little bit. The foundation would be worlds apart. The safest method was naturally to slowly cultivate and continuously promote new people. This was also what the Hidden Valley had been doing before. However, this speed was too slow. It simply couldn't keep up with the current development of the situation. The troubled times simply didn't allow them the time to slowly cultivate. Even if the troubled times were to start, many people would feel an inexplicable call, and their strength would greatly improve. It was impossible to greatly enhance the strength of the Hidden Valley in a short period of time. Yi Shiwen's matter could only be an exception. Therefore, it was necessary to absorb those stragglers if the Hidden Valley wanted to develop further. They had to continuously absorb them to enhance their own strength. This method had mixed advantages and disadvantages. The strength of the Hidden Valley would greatly increase in a short period of time. However, it would also shake the foundation of the Hidden Valley at the same time. After all, the loyalty and reliability of the disciples who weren't nurtured by the Hidden Valley were very big problems. Just cultivating their sense of belonging to the Hidden Valley was a very big problem. This also required time. It could be said that the strength of the Hidden Valley would greatly improve in a short period of time. However, it would also leave behind many hidden dangers. Therefore, no one had thought about this. They were thinking of absorbing the forces that were originally affiliated to the Hidden Valley. This way, the strength of the Hidden Valley would greatly improve in a short period of time. Moreover, the hidden dangers wouldn't be too big. It could be said that it couldn't be any better. Everyone's eyes widened when they looked at Yi Shiwen. They simply couldn't believe it. Yi Shiwen's ambition and appetite seemed a little too big. He was planning to eat the Hidden Valley until it became fat in one go. He was planning to create an invincible emperor-level behemoth. Crisis, both danger and opportunity. It was just that ordinary people didn't have the courage or the strength to seize the opportunity amidst the danger. Valley Master, wouldn't this affect the foundation of our Hidden Valley? After all, these people belong to the original sects. The Hidden King couldn't help but worriedly say. He didn't believe that Yi Shiwen hadn't thought of this. There must be other considerations. I know that there must be hidden dangers in this. However, we can't casually go and destroy sects in normal times. Where would we find so many experts to absorb? Yi Shiwen stood up, glanced at everyone, and said, "The current situation is getting more and more tense. I don't know what's going on over at the sealed site. However, it can be imagined that this is just the beginning. The chaos will only get bigger and bigger. If we can't greatly improve our strength in a short period of time, then there will be the danger of overturning at any time. This will affect the entire universe. None of us can avoid it. Now, every time we increase our strength, our chances of surviving this calamity will also increase by a little. Moreover, it will be more advantageous when we redistribute the benefits after the war. Everyone present was a high-level member of the Hidden Valley. Therefore, Yi Shiwen didn't conceal anything. As for the hidden dangers that everyone is most worried about, I have already thought about it. I want to refer to the example of Martial Great Sect. As long as I am still here, the Hidden Valley will not be in chaos. Everyone was reminded by Yi Shiwen. The current situation was somewhat similar to the time when Martial Great Sect had just been established. It had also recruited heroes from all over the world. In terms of foundation, it was far worse than the current Hidden Valley. However, it had still become one of the few emperor inheritances in the world. It relied on Emperor Qin's invincibility along the way. He was invincible and finally achieved the Tao. Those who didn't have a strong sense of belonging had also acknowledged this identity. Although the hidden dangers of recruiting heroes were not small, as long as Hidden Valley was invincible, or in other words, Yi Shiwen would always be around. Then, these hidden dangers would be equivalent to having no hidden dangers. They would be forcibly suppressed by Yi Shiwen until the Hidden Valley completely rose up. If Hidden Valley was truly invincible like Yi Shiwen expected, then perhaps it would really be like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. They would soar to become a dragon in one fell swoop. Of course, the consequences would also be very serious if they failed. They would be like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. This was a dilemma. They would ascend if they succeeded. However, the consequences would be even more serious if they failed. They would be completely swallowed by the backlash. It's up to the Valley Lord to decide. Golden Rock King was the first to stand up and support Yi Shiwen. Yes, I also support the Valley Lord's decision. Violent Ape King also agreed. The others also took advantage of the situation and won as these two kings fought to agree. This wasn't a forced decision. After all, they also had great ambitions in their hearts. They would also be recorded in the annals of history if this plan of a snake trying to swallow an elephant succeeded. That's for the best. It's necessary to take advantage of the chaos to strengthen our strength. However, The strength of our hidden valley must be strong enough. I have also obtained a lot of treasures outside. They can be used to enhance everyone's strength. Chapter 2787. That's for the best. It's necessary to take advantage of the chaos to strengthen our strength. However, that also depends on the strength of our hidden valley itself. I've obtained a lot of treasures outside, and they can be used to improve everyone's strength. Everyone looked at Yi Shiwen when they heard what he said. They did not know what he was going to do. Yi Shiwen smiled faintly. He waved his hand, and a boundless treasure light immediately appeared. A powerful treasure light soared into the sky. These were the divine tools of the many opponents that Yi Shiwen had killed over the years. Now, all of them belonged to Yi Shiwen. However, with Yi Shiwen's current strength, they wouldn't be of much use at all. Most of them were Dao confirmation level, Undead Realm, or Sage Realm magic tools. For Yi Shiwen, no matter how many of them there were, they wouldn't be of much use. As for his own inheritance, he actually did not need that many divine instruments. Therefore, many of them were left behind. Now was the time to put them to use. Seeing so many shining treasure lights, everyone roughly estimated that there were at least thousands of divine instruments radiating amazing treasure lights. Everyone present was a high-ranking member of the Hidden Valley. Even the weakest among them was a divine master of the Sage Realm. So, ordinary divine tools naturally couldn't attract their attention. However, many of the divine tools that Yi Shiwen had thrown out were divine master-level divine tools. These were all in Yi Shiwen's hands. It was just that he had not used them. In fact, other than a top-notch growth divine instrument like the stone sword, the other divine instruments were nothing to Yi Shiwen. He could sweep through everything with just his gilded tyrant form. Everyone's eyes widened. With so many divine instruments, even if they could not use them, they could let the other experts of the Hidden Valley use them. There was a huge difference between a deity with a corresponding level of divine instrument and a deity without one. This was equivalent to a huge increase in the strength of the Hidden Valley. It went without saying that with one more divine instrument to protect oneself, one's strength would naturally increase by a notch. The way everyone looked at Yi Shiwen suddenly changed. With so many kinds of divine instruments, it was obvious that they could not have been refined by Yi Shiwen himself. They could only be divine instruments that he had seized. From the number of divine instruments, they could also see how many enemies Yi Shiwen had killed over the years. Ferocious. They could only be described with the word savage. They had thought that it would be a win-win situation for Yi Shiwen to take the position of the Hidden Valley's Valley Lord. However, Yi Shiwen had just taken the position, and he had already brought about such great benefits. So everyone felt that it was difficult to breathe. Some people even fantasized that their future would be limitless if they followed Yi Shiwen in the future. These are all divine tools that I don't normally use. So it's useless for me to keep them with me. So I'll leave them in the sect. Senior Brother Hidden King, I'll leave these divine tools to you. You're more familiar with the situation in the Hidden Valley than I am. So I'll leave these divine tools to you. The Hidden King looked at Yi Shiwen in surprise. This was undoubtedly a matter that could win the hearts of the people. However, Yi Shiwen didn't do it himself. Instead, he handed it over to the Hidden King. Did he have too much confidence in himself? Or did he simply not care about these things? The Hidden King thought that perhaps it was both. However, he wasn't a pretentious person. He immediately stretched out his hand and received all the divine tools. He couldn't help but reveal a happy expression on his face. With these divine tools distributed, the strength of the many gods who were the backbone of the Hidden Valley would also improve significantly. In this chaotic world, there was nothing better than this. Originally, he was worried that Yi Shiwen wouldn't be able to be the Hidden Valley's Valley Lord. Now, it seemed that his worries were groundless. In addition to these, there are also some elixirs. Senior Brother Hidden King, you can also distribute them on my behalf. Yi Shiwen waved his hand again. Countless golden lights flew out. Countless dazzling golden lights soared into the sky and covered more than half of the small world. It was as if countless suns had gathered together. No one could look at it directly. "What are these elixirs?" the Hidden King asked. "These are some of the elixirs that I have collected in the past. Some are for healing injuries, and some are for improving cultivation. However, they aren't very useful to me now. I'll leave them all in the sect for now." Yi Shiwen nodded. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. These lights were all divine elixirs. Many of them were divine elixirs that had directly crossed the tribulation to become gods. Not to mention that they were incomparably precious to demigods. They were also incomparably precious to gods like them. Yi Shiwen actually had so many good things in his hands. Although they weren't very useful to him, it was a rare wealth for everyone. "In that case, I'll thank the Valley Lord on behalf of everyone." The Hidden King hurriedly put away these divine elixirs. He was secretly shocked by Yi Shiwen's savings. Even the accumulated wealth of the Hidden Valley over the years was roughly equivalent to this. Yi Shiwen didn't dare to imagine how many fortuitous encounters he had encountered over the years. These are just minor details. The chaotic times have arrived. The Tian clan's army may arrive at any time. Now, the ones who really need to improve their strength are the senior brothers. Yi Shiwen's words shook the spirits of the Hidden Valley's king-level experts. Yi Shiwen's current status was enough for him to call them senior brother. "Some time ago, I obtained some emperor source. It just so happens that I can help senior brothers to advance to the next realm." Yi Shiwen looked at the kings and said. The kings immediately became excited. At this stage of cultivation, time was already meaningless. It was normal to spend more than 1,000,000 years to advance to the next realm. In particular, everyone was about to reach a bottleneck. How could they not be excited and happy when they heard that they could advance? "Junior brother Yi, are you talking about the emperor source that only emperor lords can condense?" At this moment, the Violent Ape King took the lead and asked. His eyes burst out a ball of light. "Yes, it's the emperor source that only emperor lords can condense." Yi Shiwen nodded. "My God, it's really the emperor source. According to the legend, the emperor source itself contains the source of emperor lords. Moreover, it has the emperor lord's great way in it. If you can continuously absorb the emperor source, your cultivation can advance by leaps and bounds. No wonder junior brother Ye's cultivation can advance by leaps and bounds in such a short time. It turns out that it's related to the emperor source." The Golden Rock King finally couldn't maintain his composure. He was the clearest about what the emperor source meant. "Yes, I once went to the Dragon Island 1,000,000 years ago to ask for some emperor source. I was willing to pay any price, but I was still rejected by the Dragon Island." Star Moon King said at the same time. Even with his mental cultivation, he felt a little dizzy. It was as if a pie had fallen from the sky, because only emperor lords could condense the emperor source. Only the emperor lord's inheritance could have the emperor source. Although their hidden valley was known as an old king sect and had been established for countless years, they had only obtained a few pieces of emperor source by chance. After consuming them, there were no more, because the current emperor lords had either fallen or disappeared. There were no new emperor lords emerging. Therefore, the emperor source that could only be condensed by emperor lords had become a hot commodity. Every piece that was used meant one less piece. No one could refuse such a temptation. They never expected that the thing that Yi Shiwen was talking about was actually the emperor source. No wonder Yi Shiwen dared to say that he could help them improve their strength. With the emperor source in hand, coupled with their countless years of accumulation, it was enough to improve their cultivation. The emperor source is precious. It's hard to find in the world. "I only obtained these emperor source by chance," Yi Shiwen said with a smile. Even though he had taken over the Hidden Valley, for him, the matter of the Devil King's treasure house was still a secret among secrets. It was impossible to share it with others. Otherwise, if people knew that he had so many emperor source in his hands, he was afraid that it would attract unexpected disasters. As Yi Shiwen said, he opened his hands, and a mass of golden light burst out from the gap between his fingers. Everyone's eyes were dazzled, and they saw pieces of fist-sized crystals appearing in front of everyone. Around each crystal, there was a looming law of the Great Path. When the Emperor Lords condensed the Emperor Source, they had integrated the Great Path that they had comprehended into it. It could be said to be precious, even for the existence of the Emperor Lord. If they could devour a large number of other people's Emperor Source, their cultivation could advance by leaps and bounds, let alone these kings. Everyone's eyes widened, especially those divine masters who kept swallowing their saliva. This was the legendary emperor's origin. Even if those king-ranked realm experts had ways to obtain emperor's origins through various means and methods, the divine masters had only heard of emperor's origins in legends. Now it had appeared in front of them. Even if it was not used on them, it was still a great stimulation for them. Originally, there might be some people who had some doubts about Yi Shiwen taking over the Hidden Valley. Now there were no doubts at all. Yi Shiwen had given them too many surprises. First, it was the divine weapon, then it was the divine elixir. Now he even took out the Emperor Source. In everyone's opinion, Yi Shiwen was simply a moving treasure house. No one knew how many treasures he had in his bag. At this point, many people were convinced. Since Yi Shiwen was so generous, then one day in the future, they might also be able to obtain the Emperor Source from Yi Shiwen. Even those outstanding disciples of the Emperor Lord's inheritance would find it difficult to obtain an Emperor Source. And now, there were over 100 Emperor origins floating in front of them. Every single one of them contained an explosive power that could annihilate the world. Chapter 2788. Although the principle of the formation of the Emperor Source was similar to the God Source, the gap between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. There was no way to measure it. Every Emperor origin condensed by a sovereign emperor was a priceless treasure. Even if they wanted to ask for one Emperor origin, it would be an extremely difficult thing, and it might even be impossible for them to do so. But now, Yi Shiwen took out 100 of them. Their eyes were about to pop out. The gap between the Hidden Valley and some of the older lineages that had produced emperor monarchs could be seen at a glance. If it was in the Dragon Island or martial arts sect inheritances, although hundreds of Emperor Source were also very precious, it would not be so precious, or it would not be so crazy. For the people in the Hidden Valley, it was rare and precious. It was not a matter of how much price they had to pay, but even if they were willing to pay enough price, no one would be willing to sell the Emperor Source. The Emperor Source contained the great way source of the Emperor Lord. How many people would be willing to exchange the God Source with the gods? Therefore, this Emperor Source had always been a priceless existence in the universe. They could not buy it, even if they wanted to. Valley Master, are these all for us? Violent Ape King's character was the most impatient, so he was the first to ask this question. Even if it was just a piece of Emperor Source, it was precious enough for them to avoid a lot of detours. Not to mention that it contained the Emperor Lord level energy, which could improve their strength a lot. Yi Shiwen's continuous improvement in such a short period of time was largely because of the existence of the Emperor Source. The existence of the Emperor Source directly made up for Yi Shiwen's shortcomings in cultivation. Coupled with the constant comprehension of the Tao fruit, his cultivation could improve crazily. Without the Emperor Source, it would take at least hundreds of years for him to reach his current level. Yes, they are all for senior brothers to use. Yi Shiwen nodded and said, for the outside world, hundreds of Emperor Source were already considered very precious. But for Yi Shiwen, although it was not a drop in the ocean, it was almost the same. Violent Ape King and the others didn't need to consume Emperor Source as much as Yi Shiwen did. Therefore, they didn't need to consume too much Emperor Source. Therefore, the stronger they became in this chaotic world, the stronger Yi Shiwen would become. Everyone immediately burst into an uproar. More than 100 Emperor origins. How much wealth was that? They didn't even dare to imagine it. This was something that couldn't be bought with money. In particular, even with their mental fortitude and cultivation, they could not help but gulp. It was just too precious. The other divine masters looked on with envy. However, none of this had anything to do with them. They knew very well that, even though they were part of the upper echelons, the true rulers of the Hidden Valley were still the high and mighty, conferred, king-level powerhouses. As if he had sensed their thoughts, Yishuin immediately opened his mouth and said, "Senior brother Een King, there is one more thing that I would like to ask of you." "What's the matter?" "Valley Master, please speak." The Hidden King quickly said, "It's like this. I want you to help me count the outstanding performances of all the people in the upcoming battles of the Hidden Valley. Then, I want to select the most outstanding ones. I want to reward them with Emperor Source." Yi Shiwen said, "Everyone was in an uproar. If they were just envious just now, then they were in an uproar now. Although the appearance of hundreds of Emperor Source had completely shocked them, it actually had nothing to do with them. However, this matter was related to them now. They still didn't know what Yi Shiwen's assessment criteria were, but they were completely excited when they thought that they could obtain Emperor Source. However, they immediately calmed down because Yi Shiwen wouldn't be giving them for free. It would depend on their performance. In other words, if their performance wasn't outstanding, then the Emperor Source would have nothing to do with them. On the contrary, the more outstanding their performance was, the more they could get, and the faster their strength would improve. Their blood began to boil. It had been many years since they had such a hot-blooded feeling, especially since they had entered the upper echelons of the Hidden Valley. Many of them had begun to slack off. They didn't rush forward like they did in the beginning, because it seemed that the rewards they could get were not enough. The Hidden King looked at the excited expressions of the crowd and felt a little emotional. In the past, under his leadership, although it couldn't be said that the results were bad, it was very difficult for them to be this excited. This was because he couldn't take out so many Emperor Origins as a reward. Moreover, ordinary things were meaningless to these divine masters and divine kings. From this point of view, although Yi Shiwen put on the appearance of a hands-off shopkeeper, as if he didn't care about anything, but he firmly grasped the hearts of everyone. He clearly understood what everyone wanted. Most importantly, he was also secretly shocked by Yi Shiwen's amazing financial resources. Hundreds of Emperor Source, in addition to the Emperor Source that would be taken out later, was not a small number. Although everyone understood that it wasn't easy to get the Emperor Source, now that the Sky Clan was causing chaos in the world, would there be fewer opportunities for them to make contributions in the future? As long as they could perform meritorious deeds, they would be rewarded with the Emperor's Origin. With the Emperor's Origin, their strength would become even stronger, and they would be able to perform even more meritorious deeds. This was a virtuous cycle, and they would be able to continuously increase their strength. On the other hand, if they did not take the initiative and others took the initiative to perform meritorious deeds, the disparity in strength between them would be rapidly widened. At that time, the echelon between them would be formed. No one wanted to be left behind, so everyone began to think. However, Yi Shiwen didn't have the mood and time to wait for the shock in their hearts to calm down. He directly said to the Hidden King, "Senior brother Hidden King, time waits for no man. Don't continue to wait. I think it won't be long before the Sky Clan's Quasi-Emperor arrives. At that time, Senior brother will need to block the others." Yes, the Hidden King nodded. He naturally understood that Yi Shiwen was being polite. This was because, with his strength, even experts of the 10 great divine kings would not be able to pose any threat to him. However, he didn't say much. For someone who had been stuck in this realm for countless years, there was nothing more important than improving his strength. Yi Shiwen grabbed the air on the spot, and more than a dozen Emperor Source were directly taken out by him. Then he inserted them into the Hidden King's body. Within the Hidden King's body, supreme laws instantly manifested, almost reaching the point where it was visible to the naked eye. As long as one looked at it, they would be able to comprehend the supreme, great Tao. This was a very terrifying power. Every law began to communicate with the heaven and earth. In the sky, there was a strange phenomenon of the 3 flowers converging and the 5 energies converging. Just by looking at it, one could comprehend the supreme great Tao. Senior brother, quickly start comprehending. Yi Shiwen shouted. The hidden king didn't dare to delay, and quickly began comprehending. These things were like the yellow river flowing directly into his mind. Originally, even if one obtained the Emperor Source, it would take a very long time to absorb the energy within the Emperor Source and comprehend the laws within. In this way, it would be very difficult to comprehend the complete laws. This was because the moment the Emperor Source began to be absorbed, the laws and energy within the Emperor Source would lose their balance and begin to collapse. Therefore, very few people could completely absorb it. But now Yi Shiwen had forced all the great Tao out, manifesting it alive, so that the hidden king could absorb it in the most comfortable manner. Now, the hidden king could feel that he was about to completely absorb it very easily. The spiritual power in his body skyrocketed, growing inch by inch, and his comprehension of the great Tao had also improved by leaps and bounds. Everyone's eyes widened, and they exclaimed that it was simply unbelievable. Many people found it hard to believe. It was because he could instill knowledge into a peak divine king. Could it be that an emperor had been resurrected? The logic contained in this was simply unimaginable. This was a forceful breakthrough. Especially those divine kings, they knew that at their level of cultivation, every step forward required a huge price. It was not something that ordinary people could do. Even with the help of the Emperor Source, it was simply impossible. Originally, they understood that the increase in strength that Yi Shiwen mentioned referred to a short-term increase, but it was not an immediate increase like this. But Yi Shiwen simply did not take the normal path, and did not play by common sense at all. In an instant, the hidden king's strength was forcefully pushed up. When they looked at Yi Shiwen again, he was simply like a god, and they dared not imagine what kind of method this was. Only Yi Shiwen himself knew that it was not that he was already stronger than an emperor, but that he had already comprehended the great Tao left behind by the demon monarch. These great Tao were not secrets to him at all, so he could use his own strength to manifest it alive and help the hidden king comprehend it. Of course, the most important thing was that the hidden king's accumulation was indeed sufficient. He only lacked the final step, so Yi Shiwen was able to succeed. Otherwise, even with his means, it would be impossible to succeed. Boom! 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 The hidden king's aura was increasing bit by bit, and it pierced through the sky. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the hidden king, to see to what extent he could increase. Suddenly, while everyone was still concentrating, the hidden king let out a long roar, and the magic power on his body suddenly intensified. It swept out in all directions like a violent storm and a tsunami. Ha 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 ha! I can actually reach the level of the 10 great divine kings in my lifetime. The hidden king laughed loudly. Even with his shrewdness, he could not hold it in any more. He laughed crazily, and even tears came out of his eyes. In order to reach this step, he did not know how many years he had spent and how many years he had accumulated, so that Yi Shiwen could make him erupt in an instant. Chapter 2789. Ha ha ha! The hidden king laughed heartily. The magic power in his body leaked out uncontrollably, causing the entire small world to tremble violently. With Yi Shiwen's help, the hidden king directly broke through to the 10 great divine king realm and became a first-rate force in one fell swoop. Although they were all divine kings, ordinary peak divine kings, and existences like the 10 great divine kings were not on the same level at all. Although ordinary peak divine kings were powerful, they were only ordinary. Only existences at the level of the 10 great divine kings could truly affect the situation in the heavens and realms. Before the chaotic times arrived, experts at the level of the 10 great divine kings could even lead the movements of the allied forces of the various races. One could imagine how noble existences at this level were in the heavens and realms. Ordinary sects that were conferred kings could not produce existences at this level at all. Only the top emperor's inheritance could guarantee the birth of such existences from generation to generation. With the foundation of the Hidden Valley, it was already unusual for a freak like Yi Shiwen to appear. It was impossible for there to be another one. And now, with Yi Shiwen's help, the Hidden King had directly ascended to the level of the 10 great divine kings. Whether it was strength or realm, he had completely reached this realm. He was the real deal. However, it was precisely because of this that everyone was in disbelief. Yi Shiwen had done something that even a quasi-emperor could not do. How heaven-defying was this? The other divine kings were also burning with passion, especially when they saw the Hidden King's direct ascension. They wanted to directly ascend like the Hidden King. In such chaotic times, the stronger they were, the more likely they were to survive the great calamity and achieve the supreme great way in one fell swoop. Chaotic times were destruction, but at the same time it also contained vitality. It was not that they did not understand this principle. The divine masters were also burning with passion. Yi Shiwen had helped the Hidden King to ascend. In the future, it might be possible for him to help them ascend as well. In that case, it would save them many years of hard cultivation. When they thought of this, they were even more determined to make a great contribution and obtain the emperor's origin. After the Hidden King, Yi Shiwen began to help the other kings simultaneously ascend. Yes, they simply ascended at the same time. Although they had the advantage in numbers, their realms were still far from the Hidden King's. The difficulty of advancing was also incomparable to the difficulty of the Hidden King. Relatively speaking, it was actually easier. Countless laws of the ways forcefully descended towards the God Kings with terrifying energy, fusing into their bodies. Afterwards, they began to derive and conjure endless ways. All of the kings had their own comprehensions, and their auras were rising rapidly. This was truly a sign that they were improving at a breakneck pace. I've improved. I've improved again. The Golden Rock King laughed out loud. He had actually advanced to the late-stage, king-ranked realm in one go. This was all thanks to Yi Shiwen. Aside from him, Star Moon King and the others also ascended. After a long while, they finally stopped. Their faces were filled with disbelief and joy. Although they had only advanced by one level, their individual battle strength had more than doubled. Compared to the battle strength of the entire Hidden Valley, it had increased by one level. It was simply incomparable. What's more, Yi Shiwen had stimulated their potential and stimulated the foundation that they had accumulated for many years. With the help of the Darch origins, they had advanced by one level in one go. It was not like pulling seedlings to help them grow. Yi Shiwen sighed in his heart. If only his breakthrough could be as simple as the Hidden Kings and the others and did not require a large amount of Darch origins, that would be great. If he wanted to break through, he would need to consume at least 100 times more Darch origins than these people. His foundation was still at the forefront, and his martial arts were not as strong as the others. Every move he made required 1,000,000 years of accumulation. He could only use the Darch origins to make up for it. However, this feeling only lasted for a short moment. Although he had consumed more than 100 times more resources than the others, the effects were also very obvious. At the same cultivation realm, Yi Shiwen had no difficulty in fighting against a group of God Kings. The effort he put in also had a corresponding return. After consuming 100 Darch origins, all the Hidden Valley God Kings' cultivation realm had increased by one level. At this moment, the higher-ups of the Hidden Valley were completely convinced. Not to mention Yi Shiwen's superior strength. Even these amazing means and his unfathomable financial resources were enough to make them completely convinced and speechless. Everyone, as long as everyone makes great contributions to the Hidden Valley in the upcoming war, I can also give you the Darch origins to improve your strength. Yi Shiwen glanced at the God Kings who were ready to make a move. They were certainly tempted in their hearts. Among these people, there were already peak god kings. They were just a little bit away from breaking through and reaching the god king realm. Once such a person made a breakthrough, it would bring immeasurable benefits to the fighting strength of the entire Hidden Valley. They would also become a benchmark existence that would inspire people to work hard. However, Yi Shiwen would not give out benefits for free. This would be very disadvantageous to the development of the entire sect. Yi Shiwen had read a lot of books. Naturally, he knew a lot about the art of emperors. It was nothing more than rewards and punishments. As long as rewards and punishments were handled properly, the entire Hidden Valley would not be out of his control, even if he became a hands-off shopkeeper. The famous Jiajing Emperor of the Ming Dynasty on Earth was an expert. He had not been in the court for many years, but the court was still under his control. The fundamental reason was that rewards and punishments were under his control. The ministers handled the government affairs, but the power to promote officials was in the hands of Jiajing Emperor. Therefore, the ministers who fought with him had never gained the upper hand throughout his life. It was just that Yi Shiwen did not use such means in the past because it was not necessary. Now that he planned to properly manage the foundation of the Hidden Valley, it would naturally come in handy. Sure enough, the moment Yi Shiwen's voice fell, many divine masters were stirred up one after another. They had all seen Yi Shiwen's methods just now. Even a peak divine king, like the Hidden King, had broken into the realm of the 10 great divine kings in one fell swoop in his hands. In that case, their problems wouldn't be considered a problem at all. We will follow Valley Master's instructions. We will definitely work hard to make contributions to the Hidden Valley. Under Yi Shiwen's encouragement, many divine masters patted their chests and vowed. This was not only related to the Hidden Valley, but more importantly, it was also related to themselves. Therefore, they naturally did not dare to be negligent. The Hidden King looked at Yi Shiwen and could not help but sigh in his heart. Yi Shiwen had easily subdued the entire Hidden Valley. Such means were not something that he could compare with. He did not have such powerful strength or such strong financial support. Perhaps some people were born to be leaders. All right, since this is the case, everyone should go and prepare. This time, leave the matter of fighting against the divine race quasi-emperor to me. However, the other divine race experts will still need to work hard with me. Yi Shiwen stood up and said, "Yes." Everyone responded one after another. With Yi Shiwen's encouragement, everyone in the Hidden Valley became excited. They all wanted to shine in the upcoming war so that they could obtain Yi Shiwen's favor. In such an atmosphere, everyone in the Hidden Valley was nervously preparing for war. In the beginning, everyone in the Hidden Valley wailed in grief at the thought that a quasi-emperor was about to attack. However, not only did they sweep away the depressing situation, but they were also gearing up for a fight. They wanted to exchange the heads of those divine race experts for their own advancement. This was the influence brought by Yi Shiwen. At the same time, the entire Hidden Valley was also gathering stragglers and stragglers everywhere. Yi Shiwen had beheaded the vanguard of the Tian race. However, it was unknown how many sects they had destroyed along the way. Many experts had scattered around. These people were now homeless. The most frightening thing was that this was just the beginning of this chaotic world. More and more troops of the divine race were pouring into the Hidden Valley. All the major forces were unable to take care of themselves. It was rare to see people like Yi Shiwen asking the entire Hidden Valley to recruit stragglers everywhere. In other words, all the forces were still at the stage of seeking self-preservation. As for taking advantage of this chaotic world, it was not within the scope of consideration. Therefore, after hearing that the Hidden Valley was willing to recruit stragglers like them, they all rushed over to the Hidden Valley. In just a few days, the Hidden Valley had already recruited tens of thousands of people who had fled here. Although there were not many of them, they were the elites of various sections. Otherwise, they would not have been able to escape from the divine race army. Basically, all of them had the strength of deities or above. They were the cream of the crop. Although they were forced to join the Hidden Valley due to the current situation, it did not matter to Yishuin. After a long time, the original sects would become fleeting clouds. Even if there were a small number of sects that harbored ill intentions, it was only a small number. It was not a big deal. Therefore, Yishuin did not care about it at all. During this period of time, Yishuin did not stay idle. Instead, he sped up the time to consolidate his strength. This time, he only brought the time magic robe. Without the Avicii sword in hand, Yishuin's fighting strength would undoubtedly weaken a lot. Otherwise, he would be invincible with the time magic robe to protect his body and the Avicii sword to face the enemy. There was no one in the world who was as extravagant as him. An ordinary person would be extremely happy even if they had a broken Dao tool. Not to mention, Yishuin should have 3 Dao tools if he included the Tianyuan mirror. If this news were to be disclosed, Yishuin would immediately become the enemy of all the people in the myriad heavens. Countless, extremely greedy enemies would come one after another. At that time, he would really not be able to hide. He continued to consolidate his cultivation. The days passed day by day. On the 10th day, a terrifying aura descended from the sky. It surged up like a tide and hit the top and bottom of the Hidden Valley. Chapter 2790. That incomparably powerful quasi-emperor had indeed arrived, just as everyone had expected. The terrifying aura of a quasi-emperor caused the entire Hidden Valley to tremble. Although they had long been prepared for this, when the moment really arrived, many people in the Hidden Valley still fell into an uncontrollable panic. The kind of fear that penetrated deep into their souls and bones suddenly erupted. A quasi-emperor level figure had already taken half a step into that legendary domain. Although it was only half a step, it was still completely above ordinary divine kings and formed a complete crushing force. This kind of crushing force, which was almost at the level of life, caused the entire Hidden Valley to panic. In particular, the remaining experts of the various forces who had just defected to them almost fainted from fright. What a joke! They had originally come to the Hidden Valley to take refuge in order to avoid being captured by the experts of the Tian race. In the end, not only had the army of the Tian race gathered, but a Tian race quasi-emperor had also personally come. Wasn't this a dead end? Originally, when their clans were destroyed, at most 1 or 2 divine kings of the Tian race were dispatched. They had never encountered a situation where a quasi-emperor had appeared. What kind of existence was a quasi-emperor? Even in the myriad heavens, it was still the privilege of a very small number of people. Only a very small number of people could reach such a realm. In the era when quasi-emperors did not appear, they were invincible existences that dominated the myriad heavens. How could this not cause them to turn pale with fright? They were almost scared to death. In the distance, an incomparably powerful giant with eyes all over his body descended from the sky with an incomparably terrifying aura. Many people could not help but gasp. A 100-eyed giant. Although the attacker belonged to the side of the Tian race, he was not a member of the Tian race. Even so, his deterrent force was not reduced in the slightest. This was because he belonged to a race that was almost extinct, the 100-eyed giant. The 100-eyed giant belonged to the Titan race and had once been glorious. Although it was not a golden Titan, it was not inferior to a golden Titan in terms of prestige. This race had produced several quasi-emperor level experts. But later, because they were tempted by the Tian race, they surrendered to the Tian race and eventually betrayed their own race. During the Second War against the heavens, they were sealed into the endless void. It had been a long time since they had seen an expert from this race. However, everyone still recognized the quasi-emperor of the 100-eyed giant tribe immediately. This was because the hundreds of large and small eyes on his body were truly unforgettable. It was too easy to recognize him. Just like the other titans, this 100-eyed giant was incomparably tall. With a single stride of its 10,000-meter tall body, the heavens and earth would change color and the earth would shatter. The majestic figure stomped down, and the countless ferocious beasts in the Hidden Valley were resurrected before they were trampled to death. After all, the Hidden Valley did not have an Emperor Realm inheritance, and only a few divine kings had set up the formation over the years. Although the formation that they had set up was useful, it was still useless against a powerful 100-eyed giant quasi-emperor, and most of it collapsed on the spot. In the Hidden Valley, the expressions of the God Kings were extremely grim. Although Yi Shiwen had helped them increase their strength, they still deeply felt powerless against the sudden attack of a quasi-emperor. Their methods did not seem to be anything before an existence of that level. That damned Yi Shiwen come out and die. The 100-eyed giant roared angrily, and the heavens and earth changed color. Just like the other titans, the 100-eyed giant tribe was born with the power to control the wind and clouds. Once they used this power, they were simply invincible. At this time, he had already seen the defeated soldiers of the Tian race. Although only a small portion of them had escaped, it was enough for him to know the truth of the matter. That was, Yi Shiwen had killed many divine kings of the Tian race, and had even defeated the army of the Tian race. This hatred was simply too great. What kind of hatred and resentment? Buzz! With a loud buzzing sound, a ray of sword chi descended from the sky, slashing the sky and splitting the earth. In an instant, it slashed in the direction of the 100-eyed giant. Under the shroud of this sword radiance was a golden world. It was Yi Shiwen who had attacked. As soon as he made his move, he also displayed his formidable strength. In an instant, even the 100-eyed giant retreated a little, avoiding the range of the sword radiance. This was the first time that the 100-eyed giant's true form was that of a titan. The Titan clan was one of the few clans in the world that had powerful physical bodies. To him, there weren't many who could rival him in terms of physical body cultivation. What he relied on the most was his physical body, which was the ultimate divine weapon. However, this time his intuition told him that this was an extremely dangerous attack. He did not take it head-on. As expected, when this sword slashed out, countless stars were shattered one after another, and a river of stars was swept away. This attack was already at the standard of the quasi-emperor level. At this time, he finally understood why someone like the Central Heavenly King would also be defeated. Although the strength of the Central Heavenly King was nothing in his eyes, he was still a top expert among the 10 great divine kings. In the end, he was still defeated. Even before the defeat, there was not a single message sent out. It must have been a crushing defeat. Now that everything was out, it was indeed so. An expert with the combat power of the quasi-emperor level was indeed enough to sweep away everything. His expression became slightly solemn, but he quickly recovered his arrogant expression. For his race, it did not matter what kind of opponent it was. He had never been afraid of a battle. Then, a terrifying thing happened. In the Hidden Valley, countless formation platforms were awakened one after another, forming a terrifying momentum. They directly soared into the sky, and then shot towards the distance. They weren't aiming at the 100-eyed giant, but at the celestial army behind him. Although the vanguard army was defeated, the 100-eyed giant brought an even larger army. However, the speed of the white-eyed giant was a little slower than the speed of the white-eyed giant, and they could not keep up in time. At this moment, they were suppressed by the formation platforms. Insignificant tricks. The 100-eyed giant snorted coldly. Out of the hundreds of eyes on his body, 10 eyes opened, and then instantly burst out countless rays of light, forming a large net, and actually shrouded the formation platforms. In an instant, the formation platforms were completely shattered. These formation platforms were completely shattered before they could display their power. The 100-eyed giant had just made a move, and had already displayed a powerful technique, which was terrifying. The experts of the Hidden Valley who were watching the battle from within the array formation were incomparably shocked when they saw this attack. Such a method was indeed earth-shattering. The legends weren't entirely false. The 100-eyed giant tribe was indeed worthy of their peerless reputation in the past. Yi Shiwen come out. This kind of method is useless. You should be very clear that this level of probing is meaningless in a contest between experts of our level. The hundred-eyed giant directly spoke in the human language and said. He walked forward step by step and approached the direction of the hidden valley station alone. He was actually about to ascend. His murderous intention swept the entire sky. An entire universe collapsed under his murderous intention. Kacha! In the hidden valley, countless large formations were awakened in an instant. However, they collapsed one after another in an instant. They could not withstand such pressure at all, and collapsed one after another. However, in the hidden valley, Yishiwen acted as if he did not hear anything. He continued to activate the formations to resist. One after another, the formation platforms were awakened and then bombarded towards the hundred-eyed giant. These formation platforms were awakened one after another, and there was no sign of them stopping at all. They swept out with extremely powerful power. The Hidden Valley's heritage for so many years was not a joke. At least, these formations seemed to be endless, and there was no end in sight. However, even so, it still could not stop the hundred-eyed giant's advance. He did not hesitate at all. All the attacks were easily broken by him. He just waved his hand, and everything turned into ashes. Boom! The entire sky was collapsing, the continent was trembling, and everything was completely crushed by these attacks. The hundred-eyed giant tore apart countless defensive matrix arrays. His hundreds of eyes seemed to be able to see Shiwen in the depths of the hidden valley. He directly smashed a formation platform, and then his tens of thousands of feet tall body suddenly turned into a ball of fire and directly rushed into the formation platforms of the hidden valley. He actually wanted to kill his way into the hidden valley. Suddenly, everyone in the hidden valley was shocked. They were almost scared to death by him. With a loud boom, all the formation platforms were awakened, and a powerful force was shot out to form a heavenly net and directly enveloped the hundred-eyed giant. Only then did the hundred-eyed giant was forced to retreat. Everyone was stunned, and only felt that their backs were drenched in sweat. This was the strength of a real quasi-emperor. Even if everyone in the hidden valley tried their best to attack, they could only barely force him to retreat. People of different levels were indeed unable to contend against a terrifying existence like a quasi-emperor. Everyone in the hidden valley was nervous, deeply afraid that an accident would occur. Everyone held their breath and carefully watched the battle. Even though the hundred-eyed giant was forced to retreat, it was still moving through the powerful attacks of many formations. That kind of attack was unable to truly pose a threat to it. It could even launch a counterattack from time to time. It opened a few of its eyes and erupted with divine radiance, shattering everything in its path, including a few formation platforms. Both sides were suddenly in a deadlock. Although the hundred-eyed giant could not break in, the hidden valley could not hurt the hundred-eyed giant either. For a moment, the scene was in a deadlock. However, the hundred-eyed giant gradually gained the upper hand. Everyone in the heavenly race cheered, especially those experts of the heavenly race who had escaped. With the hundred-eyed giant, a quasi-emperor in command, who could be their opponent? Suddenly, another powerful aura came from the depths of the hidden valley.